Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now in session for this regular meeting Tuesday, April the 2nd. It's good to see everyone here this morning. We're going to go ahead and get started with our agenda. Commissioner Ward, can you lead us in prayer and pledge, please?
Yes. Lord, we come to you today as we conduct our county business. We are thankful for the community that we live in and the people that live among us and visit us. We pray that you will allow us to guide our thoughts and ways today in terms of how we decide on things. We pray for everyone in the room, Lord. We pray that you will touch any and everyone out there that needs your hand and needs a healing. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mr. Morone, is there anything that needs to be added to the agenda this morning?
No, Mr. Chairman. No changes that I'm aware of. Aaron, no changes that you're in? No.
All right, so with no changes, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as it's been published?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison to approve. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, next is approval of minutes and payment of county bills.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, commissioners? What is it?
I do need to ask for permission to issue a manual check to the city of Carabel. We were actually late in receiving all of the documentation to be able to issue their check for their CRA. So yes, we expect to have that information this week and be able to distribute to them.
Okay, so you need to, do you amend your motion to reflect that, Commissioner?
Yes.
Adding that manual check?
Yes, I'll amend my
My
motion.
second reflects
Okay.
it too.
Thank you all.
Okay, so the first and the second have been amended to reflect allowing this manual check to be issued when you get the information to be able to do so. All right, any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, up next, we're gonna do some awards and recognitions this morning. First is Mayor Brenda LaPaz. If you would please come forward, ma'am. Michael, do you have the plaque? Okay, resolution. All right, just so everyone can know what's on this resolution, I'm going to read it aloud. Is that okay, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Resolution of appreciation for Mayor Brenda LaPaz. Whereas Brenda LaPaz joined the City of Carabel Commission staff in 2011 and has been an active member of the Tourist Development Council, the Franklin County TDC, since 2015, and served on the Appalachia Regional Planning Council in the City of Carabel seat. And whereas Brenda LaPaz was elected as mayor for the City of Carabel in 2015 with an uncontested election in 2020, and whereas Brenda LaPaz has provided outstanding leadership and guidance as the City of Carabel's mayor, and whereas Brenda LaPaz has governed many projects that include the restructure of Carabel's CRA, partnering with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection in the re-amortization of an SRF loan, saving millions of dollars in sewer fees, supported the development of 30 new affordable workforce single-family residences, and numerous other projects showing her commitment to the citizens of Carabel. And whereas the City of Carabel and Franklin County has been fortunate to have Brenda LaPaz as a leader and resident dedicated to the betterment of her city and community, and now therefore be it resolved by the Franklin County Board of County Commissioners to recognize and extend the deepest appreciation to Brenda LaPaz for her years of service to the City of Carabel and Franklin County. This resolution adopted this second day of April 2024.
And thank you very much. Thank you. And you know, I love you all. Where are those Kleenex that Michael Morone talked about? Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's beautiful. I don't know. who wrote that, but it's beautiful. And I just want to say a couple of words and to all the commissioners, and I just want to thank you for inviting me here today to receive this very beautiful and pleasant and unexpected recognition. I really didn't expect that. And over the years, I want to say that I've closely followed each and every one of you commissioners and the commissioners that came before you, and Mr. Putnell, Mr. Williams, Little William we called him, and Pinky Jackal, each and every one of you. I watched you closely. I watched your demeanor. And I watched over the years how Alan Pierce, and then came along Mr. Michael Marone, how they gave their presentations. I watched it closely. I was fascinated when I met Erin Griffith in the middle of the sea of spreadsheets she had over there at the courthouse office. I mean, when I saw that, I just couldn't believe it. So I listened to Michael Schuler. I listened to every word of advice very carefully that you said. I watched Miss Marsha Johnson and her poise and the way she carried herself. I watched that very closely. I learned from the civility and the professionalism demonstrated by you all of you, even today, how you conduct your meetings. But little did you know that you all were playing a large part in my mentorship, and I appreciate it from all of you. It's been a true honor to serve by appointment on the Appalachia Regional Planning Council and on the Tourist Development Council. And in the very beginning, when the Restore Act Council was developed, I sat on that one as well for a few months. It's been a distinct privilege to carry on an excellent working partnership with all the departments and constitutional offices of Franklin County, and not only for the betterment of Carabel, but for the betterment of the entire Franklin County, Florida. It's been truly unremarkable. And I wish you all the very best in your endeavors, and I look forward to seeing you and somehow maybe working with you in another capacity in the future. But I've got some things I need to tend to now, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Before you leave, we need to adopt this by motion and
So
vote.
moved, Mr.
Second.
Chairman.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say thank you. I've worked with you for going on the now 4 years. I've been on this board going into 4 years, and it's always been a pleasure. You've done a lot for our county by donating land or helping facilitate things to get things done. Excuse me, and I'm greatly appreciative. It's been an honor to work with you, and I wish you the best of blessings in your future endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yes.
say a few words? Brenda, we go a long way back.
Yes, ma'am, almost
A long
30
way
years.
back. I ain't gonna go as far back, but I want to, at the last meeting, we were discussing the land deal out there at Lanark for the EMS, This is what I'm talking about. You work together, you talk to each other, and you work together, and for the betterment, like Brenda said, or the mayor said, former mayor, said, for the betterment of the people. All the people of Franklin County, and that's where it comes out at. But Brenda, it's been a joy. I know you're not going to be leaving or nothing. You're going to be staying there, and I'll be seeing you from time to time at the IGA or the post office, and we
Right.
won't have to worry about somebody picking your brain all the
I
time.
know it.
So, but anyway, thank you for all you've done. Thank the city commission for all they've done, because you're only as good as the mayor as your city commission
That's
is.
correct.
And you knew that.
They've been very supportive.
Yes, they
And
have.
staff has been extremely supportive over the
But
years.
thank you what you've done, because I've been in the trenches with you, and I know what you're talking about. And as I did a few years back, I felt the need to go. I did, but God always puts you back in your place where you need to be. And that's where I'm at right now, and you're going home. So, thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Ms.
Any
Cheryl.
other discussion, commissioners?
Miss Brenda, we didn't get much time, but I have watched you for years, and I appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you. Thank you,
And good luck.
Commissioner.
And if you need anything, you know where we are.
I do.
Yes. Yes. Mayor, it's been my distinct privilege to serve with you in several capacities. And just as you have already relayed that you're watching people, just know that you are also being watched, because we all can learn from each other.
That's
And that's
correct.
what we've done. I know for me personally, I feel this way. The board I'm serving on now, it's not thrown off on any other board, but the board I'm serving on now is not the same as it was when I started. But I think it's for the better, because we are doing more together across this county. And that started with you and I serving together at the Regional Planning Council, because there were things that were able to be done on behalf of Carabel that there's no reason for the county to stand in the way. And I don't know how things were done before us. All I know is we've carried it, and it's better today because we were there and we served. And I thank you for that service.
And thank you. Thank you for your service, and
Yes,
each
ma'am.
and every one of you, and all of these people. Thank you. And all of the volunteers that we have. I see we've got a great volunteer back here. So,
right.
a super volunteer. So, everyone. It's
Okay.
been wonderful.
So now we're ready to vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous.
Okay.
I'm-
Thank you.
Very
Chairman,
good.
I know we don't use Kodak cameras anymore, but can we get a picture moment?
Yes.
You want me to bring her up here, Commissioner Stein? I could
Yes.
bring her up to
Well,
the,
let's just stand here, well,
come on
You
up.
can stand here and let her stand there.
yeah,
What you want to do?
yeah. Well, I mean, I can go down there, y'all.
Okay.
I just have to hold on and I'm slow.
Go ahead. Okay. My bad. I'll be down the way then.
You're getting all that PT in today for the week.
Thank you, sir.
You gonna get some PT for sure. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, one second, let me get the clerk up here too. We probably want to move in there closer. You sure?
Yes, yes, yes.
Mr. Chairman, you want to let the clerk move in? It's a wee bit shorter than you, so.
Yeah, that might make sense.
All right, we ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay, thank you.
Every time, call me if you need me.
Thank you, Miss Jessica.
Mr. Chairman, the party doesn't stop there.
No, it does
Now
not.
You have another one.
So now we're also would like to bring up the Friends of the Library.
Ms. Whitney will do the presentation.
Oh, Miss Whitney, okay.
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
This year, we're celebrating 30 years of our Friends of the Library. They have been so important since the beginnings of our libraries. Not only were they instrumental in the procurement of the facilities, throughout the years, they have funded and facilitated after-school programs, free music lessons, summer reading initiatives, and so much more. And we couldn't do what we do without them. So I'd like to present you with this award, the Franklin County Board of County Commissioners Appreciation Award, proudly presented to the Friends of the Franklin County Public Library for 30 years of passion and commitment to providing information, educational, and cultural resources materials for the benefit of persons of all ages in the Franklin County community. April 2nd, 2024. We have our president, Ms. Brenda Humphrey, and our vice president, Kathleen Oman, here to accept the award. Ladies, would you like to say something?
I'll let you go first. You've been around longer than me. Oh, I've been around longer. Well, I want to thank the commissioners and Whitney for this lovely reward, and we'd like to, Friends of the Library would like to thank the board for their continued and strong support of the Friends of the Library. Thank you.
Again, just what she said, Kathleen's been around with the Friends for a lot longer than me. I'm a relative newbie, but We appreciate your support, and I will throw a little thing out. We're supporting a move for towards cultural materials. We've received some artifacts from the Carabel History Museum, and we're going to start a East Point Heritage Room at the library, and the Friends will be helping out with that, and we're very excited about that.
Good. Thank you. All right, this time we'll move to public comments. I'm just taking them in order. I have them here in front of me. Mr. Alex Pugh, if you would please come forward, state your name for the record. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Elex Pugh.
And Heather Bramlett. We just came today pretty much for clarification on the vendor's location on St. George Island, Peddlers. I know it was discussed at the last meeting, and there were some things that were unclear that now that we have spoken to a couple of the commissioners that are clear. But just for the record, you know, we would like some clarification so everybody knows what's
Okay.
going on over there.
Okay, well, that's definitely something, that'll take 2 minutes to discuss. The only thing that the board did by motion was not allow vendors to be parked in the parking lot crossways, especially in the new parking area, because it's already restricted from the public beach area.
Okay.
And the area along Franklin Boulevard is state road, and the state already has in their statute that you can't park or restrict the view for safety there, and we'll probably be approaching a discussion about other people parking there that are not just vendors, because it's a safety issue. So
Okay.
those are the only areas.
Okay, so we are allowed to park anywhere else on
Commercial.
commercial county right-of-way?
At
on
this
St.
time,
George
yes,
Island?
ma'am.
Okay. Because our only concern was, I know there's a Peddler's Cove that you guys are considering for that island, but the way we kind of feel about it, and I've spoken with a couple of the other vendors, we feel like just having one area is like putting 4 McDonald's on the same corner. If you've got 4 seafood vendors in one confined area, it's like putting 4 of the same restaurant on
Yeah.
the same corner. So we just wanted a clarification for everybody
Yep.
that this, you know, we can still move around and not be confined
Right.
to Peddler's Cove.
Well, so, yes, so the real issue is, there is, if you're on private property, there's not a whole lot we can do about it. I don't know many people that are buying commercial property over there to set up a trailer though. But on county right-of-way, it's becoming more and more of an issue because, I'll just be blunt, there are residents in the community that don't know why the board's allowing anybody to be on the right-of-way. Because they're not paying any tax dollars to be there. You know, not what some of the others are doing. So that's the reason we discussed a Peddler's Cove area, but at what expense? So that's why we haven't moved forward with it yet. Because at the end of the day, if those that either, and this is something new you asked, so I'm just explaining to you, that's all I'm doing. If you have peddlers that aren't buying their annual license, then why should the county be spending $100,000 or $150,000 to give them a place to be if they don't really want to be there? But the end result might be that there's nowhere to be. That's just a fact of life. So that's the best way I know to say it.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And we understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we did get, we've
Yeah.
got all of our
Yeah.
lessons.
And that's not a veiled threat or nothing, I'm just
No.
discussing.
Okay,
Yep.
so, and I mean, you know, like us, we're parked in a parking lot that is being renovated, the
Mhm.
building is. And I did personally, even though it is county right of way, we went and asked permission from the business owner, just out
Yes.
of respect, because parking in a business parking lot, you are gonna interfere with their business. And
Right.
over there, I know, what is it, like 6 feet off most of those porches, like
Yes.
Collins Realty, all that, it's only 6 feet, and then county right of way
Right,
starts.
right.
Okay,
Yep.
okay,
Yep.
thank you guys.
Thank
And
you.
Mr.
One
Chairman-
thing, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
county staff did reach out to Florida DOT on behalf and asked, you know, in this case, would this be allowed? And they denied. So I just want y'all to know your county is trying to work and.
Yes, sir.
So
And we
so you
get
know.
the safety issues. I mean,
Yeah.
that's, you know, we
But I
don't
mean,
want our
it don't never
customers.
hurt to ask. So
No, it doesn't.
county staff reached out, and I believe that the answer was a solid no
Okay.
on state right away.
Yes.
So.
And Mr. Chairman, we're discussing this later too.
Yes.
We're gonna be bringing this up under Michael Marone's report
Yep.
later on in the meeting.
Okay,
So,
thank you, guys.
Yep, thank you. Miss Mel Kelly, I don't see her in the room, so I miss, she must be
Hold
by
on.
Zoom.
She's attending by Zoom.
She's the next name I have.
Just raise her hand. She just unmuted, Mr. Chairman.
Miss Kelly, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is Mel Kelly, 1306 Owens Avenue in Carabel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. As a previous mayor of Carabel, also a member of the Appalachia Regional Planning Commission and the TDC, may I add my congratulations and sincere thanks to Mayor Brenda LaPaz for her work on behalf of Carabel. Our work on behalf of our city was important to both of us, and I'm grateful for her presence in our lives. Some of you may recall my objection to the former and very poorly designed Welcome to Franklin County signs placed at the highway entrances. I based my comments at that time on my more than 30 years of statewide tourism marketing experience. Once again, I come to you with an objection to the newest welcome signs placed at the county highway entrances. It seems that the graphics company who prepared the signs, which, by the way, are virtually unreadable at 55 miles an hour, was not familiar with the Franklin County they were trying to sell. The signs depict a beach chair resting on a sandy beach. Sadly, however, the sands as depicted on the poster are a dull yellow, not the beautiful and pristine white sands we feature here in Franklin County. I well understand from my own graphics experience that reproducing our white sands could fade into the picture as used. Perhaps the graphics company felt that the yellow sands they show are easier for 55-mile-an-hour viewers to see. But they are not our sands of Franklin County. I am once again embarrassed and even ashamed that the money spent on welcome signs has been wasted by the local TDC on an inept graphic artist. Thank you for your attention, and once again, I encourage you to drive to the county edges and try to read the incoming signs for yourself at the legal 55 miles per hour speed. It is even difficult to make out the beach chair relaxing on the yellow sands underneath the words. Such a picture might have been a provocative image in the eyes of the graphic artist, but the TDC artist must have been an amateur who never visited Franklin County, because the yellow sands as depicted on about 1/4 of the bottom of the sign just aren't the beautiful white sands which we should justly be proud to advertise. Thank you for your attention and best wishes to you all.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Mr. Marone, I had no others. Were there any more?
Double check one more time.
Okay. Please do. If somebody's wishing to speak, we want them to be allowed to have their time.
No, sir, Mr. Kelly was the last one that submitted online.
Okay. All right. Ms. Erin Griffith, the next thing on our agenda is opening or receiving sealed bids for courthouse renovations, correct?
Okay, Commissioners, today we are opening bids on, let's see, the county courthouse renovations, which are being funded through the American Rescue Plan. And this actually will include the structural sealant.
Is your microphone on?
I can hear.
Please do.
Okay. Okay, today we'll be opening construction bids for the county courthouse renovation project. And this project is being funded through the American Rescue Plan funds. Now, there was actually several elements to this project. One was actually the structural sealant of the entire building's envelope. You know, we've had some issues as far as with, you know, various leaks and such, and really it's due to the age of the building, and a lot of the mortar joints are actually starting to dry out. So it's actually resealing all of that. We also have a bid alternate included, which was putting a new roof on the structure, and hopefully this time it will be completely watertight. Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
It is a gorgeous building, but there are some challenges due to age. Okay, our first bid that we're going to open today is coming from, let's see, Southland Contracting Incorporated. And Southland Contracting Incorporated is from Midway, Florida. Let's see. Okay, their bid bond is included. Where's their bid form? Okay, the base bid is $1,177,303, and their again, the base bid is $1,177,303, and the bid alternate number 1 would be $510,129. $510,129. Okay, and that's our first bid. Okay, the second bidder is coming in from Monolith Construction LLC, and that is from Port St. Joe, Florida. Again, Monolith Construction LLC from Port St. Joe, Florida. Okay, their bid bond is included. Let's see, these are structured a little differently.
This should be page number 1, right?
No, it was actually done by
they make life
Southeastern.
difficult for y'all.
Southeastern and okay, base bid $1,155,221.73. $1,155,221.73. The base bid alternate is $297,579.07. Base bid alternate $297,579.07.
Okay. Ms. Aaron, who's going to be the review committee for this?
These will actually be released to our consultant, Tracy Busby, because
Okay.
she has been our consultant for the American Rescue Plan.
Motion to turn this over to the consultant and come back with a recommendation.
Okay. We have a motion to approve sending this to our consultant for the recommendation by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner
question.
Ward. Any discussion?
Just a question.
Yes.
We don't, Aaron, we don't have to have 3 bids, do we?
We do not.
Okay, okay. All right. That's all I needed to know.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Griffin, please proceed with your report.
And one thing too, Commissioners, we did have about 8 interested contractors attend the mandatory pre-bid meeting on that one, so I am kind of surprised we did not have more responses.
It's a lot of work.
Okay, the first item on my report is the Old Ferry Dock Boat Ramp Project. At the March 19th meeting, the board opened construction bids for the Old Ferry Dock Boat Ramp Project. Project engineers Dewberry and Associates have reviewed the bids and recommend award to the lowest bidders, H.G. Harders and Sons Incorporated, in the amount of $1,052,095. Again, $1,052,095. Board action to issue a notice of award and to sign the construction contract when available for H.G. Harders and Sons.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, and as Franklin County follows the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act in selecting engineering firms, the ongoing county engineering services contract with Dewberry and Florida Statute 287.055 allows for the county to negotiate with the contracted engineer for this project. Board action to approve the $70,000 task order for construction engineering and inspection for the Old Ferry Dock Ramp project.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
Okay, Commissioners, next item number 2, which is CR 67 Phase 3. FDOT has concurred with awarding the construction contract for the CR 67 Phase 3 project, which is the widening and resurfacing of County Road 67 for approximately 1.79 miles from State Forest Road 166 to State Forest Road 172 to the low bidder C.W. Roberts in the amount of $1,394,131. Board action to authorize the chairman to sign the notice of award and construction contract when available with C.W. Roberts Incorporated.
Motion to approve with a question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Sanders, please proceed.
Aaron, is C.W. Roberts, are they gonna be, because we have Roberts and Roberts doing phase 2. C.W. Roberts gonna be there to continue on the phase 3 project on it? Because if not, we're gonna be just spinning our wheels. Because you're gonna have part of it done and part of it not. And there's always a hump there, so I always have a problem. Now, I have not seen any of Roberts and Roberts people out there nowhere. And there has not been enough pipes put in or nothing. So when was there, I asked you at the last meeting, you said, I think they're already out there. They're not. Can you find out when they're gonna mobilize and be here to do that?
Yep, will do.
Because there's a lot of culverts to put in on that part of the road. And we need to do it before the storm season comes in and we have a lot of rain. So I'm just saying they need to move on it. I know they have 180 days or whatever.
Yeah.
But they need to move on it. So we can go ahead and wrap up this project. And we're not gonna wrap up the project, Commissioners, until phase 4 comes in.
Yeah.
So, and I think we really need to talk to our lobbyists about the phase 4 with DOT, I mean, I think they really need, if they're gonna fund a project, just like 67, and I hate to get on my soapbox, but y'all know how. If they're gonna fund a project that reaches from Carabel, the center line in Carabel, all the way 16 miles north to Liberty County, they need to fund it in one project. DOT's got enough money with the federal highway dollars and the state dollars coming in that they can go ahead and do that. Yeah. And they know that. So we need to, that needs to be something that we need to look into, Mr. Chairman, because I'm telling you, this, I mean, the part that was done back while I was gone, that's gonna be all crumbled up and everything by the time it gets finished.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna start the whole process over again. It's never ending. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me ask the question.
Not a problem at all. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, the next action item for B for this particular topic, at the February 20th meeting, the board issued the notice of award and authorized staff to begin contract negotiations with AECom Technical Services for the construction, engineering, and inspection for the CR 67 Phase 3 project. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached contract with AECom for $141,685.32.
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
Okay, Commissioners, next item number 3, which is relative to the CR 67 Phase 4 project, and that one is actually a design grant at this point in time. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection has required that Franklin County purchase $108,300 in mitigation credits before issuance of the environmental permits for the CR 67 Phase 4 project, which is the final 2.6 mile section of CR 67 from Forest Road 172 to the Liberty County line. Dewberry engineers have negotiated with DEP to try to reduce the amount of required mitigation credits, and FDOT has since said that these costs are eligible for reimbursement. FDOT has now sent a supplemental grant award agreement to pay for the mitigation credits. Board action to approve and adopt the resolution authorizing the chairman to sign supplemental agreement number 1 to financial project number 451-770-13401 to provide Franklin County an additional $108,300 to pay for the required mitigation credits.
Pleasure of the board.
Go ahead and move on this, but Mr. Chairman, comment again.
All right, go ahead.
You want me to go ahead and
Yeah,
move?
go ahead. Mhm.
Okay. Why are we having to pay mitigation dollars when it's the county's land they're wanting to mitigate?
Yeah, that's a new thing through.
I did have that same question.
That's actually something that we haven't seen before, and it's coming into play because we're actually widening the road. So that's.
But it's still within the 100-foot right-of-way we've got it there.
It is, yeah. We've tried our best to actually mitigate that and get them to, change their mind on it, but it.
So maybe that's the reason why they're giving us the money to do it then.
Correct.
Yeah, but then we have to add some to it.
But to answer your other question you brought up, Commissioner, earlier, this is one of the reasons they've done it in phases, because they knew they were going to do something like this. Just saying, just reading what's in front of me.
Well, it just, I don't see the reasoning behind it.
I know.
You're buying mitigation credits for your own property.
Yeah.
And it being a governmental property, and the 100-foot, you're gonna be well within the 100-foot with a 24, 26-foot road.
Yep.
So anyway, it's just a comment.
So we do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And my next item is still on Highway 67. Okay. In December, the county approved a time extension change order for North Florida Construction for the Womack Creek Bridge Repair Project due to weather-related delays. The CEI contractor AECom had to work for the extended period and has requested additional funds to pay for the additional inspection and monitoring work. FDOT has approved the request for additional funds for CEI and has provided supplemental agreement number 2 to provide the additional $48,875 in grant funds to pay for the additional inspection work. Project photos are included below to showing the workers completing the wire lath for the new reinforced concrete culvert lining, and on March 22nd, the culvert liner had completely hardened and the floodgates were open. Floodwater is now draining through the newly reconstructed culverts. Board action to approve and adopt the resolution authorizing the chairman to sign supplemental agreement number 2, increasing the grant award by $48,875 to pay AECom for the additional CEI work on the project. That's action item A, and then action item B is approve and authorize the chairman to sign change order contract with AECom in the amount of $48,875.31 to pay for the additional CEI work that they had.
Okay, so do we need 2 separate motions? You have A and B, but,
They're all the same subject matter.
okay. All right, so pleasure of the board to address both of them at one time. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote, unanimous.
Yeah, Commissioners, and actually on the progress photos from early March 2024, you can actually see the size differential from the original culverts that were there that were collapsing to the new culvert size. So hopefully that will make a big impact. Okay, next item is action item number 5. In February, the board issued the notice of award to MRD and Associates for the engineering and construction oversight services for the Restore Countywide Dune Restoration Project. The attached $185,805 task order will include the engineering, design, permitting, bidding, and construction contract award services, construction oversight and inspection, and post-construction project monitoring. MRD will also be responsible for collecting and accounting for all necessary licensing agreements from the beachfront property owners prior to commencement of planting activities. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached task order with MRD and Associates.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a unanimous vote.
Okay, next action item, number 6. The county has received the attached submerged land lease as part of the spoil site maintenance obligation outlined in the original permitting requirements for the East Point Dredge project. The submerged land lease will also be a necessary component for the county permit application for future maintenance dredging and any cooperative planting and hardening efforts at the spoil site. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached submerged land lease agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? Ms. Aaron, I want to ask a question. We didn't have to sign one of these with the original MOU we made with the Corps?
We did not. Actually, we started working on it, and believe it or not, it had been submitted to DEP, and then they were essentially told that they did not need to complete it at that time because the Army Corps was exempt.
Which runs
so-
us in, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had several issues like that they were exempt from,
Yeah.
but we are not exempt from.
Yes, yes.
I won't belabor that point. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next action item number 7, pursuant to requests for additional traffic patrols made by commissioners, the Sheriff's Department has provided the attached quotes to purchase 6 fixed solar-powered radar control signs and 1 trailered radar control sign to use as auxiliary traffic control measures during the busy spring and summer tourism season. As the sheriff's first-year TDC public safety request included the hiring of full-time deputies, just recently transitioned to reimbursement of the department for additional shifts to be paid at the off-duty detail rate due to the inability to fill those positions in time for the spring. There will be funds left available in the first-year reimbursement to purchase the additional traffic control equipment. This equipment will also have the TDC decal attached, whereas the public can clearly identify TDC-funded safety improvements. Board action to approve the sheriff's request to purchase 6 fixed solar power radar speed warning signs for $24,992.88 from sole source provider Radar Sign, and 1 mobile unit for $9,270 from American Signal Company to be placed in high tourism locations to serve as a speeding deterrent to be reimbursed by the TDC's 10% public safety services line item.
Mr. Chairman, I'll approve with comment.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner Amison. Go ahead, Commissioner Ward.
I just want to say that, again, this is TDC's funding of the new statute that was put in place
Yep.
this past legislative session, so I think that that's a good thing. I know a lot of these signs are older, and in need of repair or replacement, so that's why I motioned to approve this.
Well, in the discussion now, these solar-powered radar signs are kind of similar to, if anyone's been down Bayshore Drive in East Point, it's the ones that'll flash at you and let you know that you're going too fast, that you need to slow down. And the discussion has been with the sheriff and myself. We're looking at adding a pair of these to Alligator Point, and the other 2 pair are going to be on either end of Gulf Beach Drive on the island. That's the reason we're talking about using TDC dollars for it, because it's the high traffic areas. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, next item, there were several project concepts and budget line items that were included in the conceptual TDC spending plan, which were noted to need further clarification from the Attorney General's office, as the concepts or costs may not have been specifically addressed in Florida Statute 125.0104. Some of the questions include, are interest earnings on TDC funds restricted to the same authorized uses as sales tax proceeds? Can interest earnings fund other projects and services that may indirectly benefit from tourism activities, such as funding the cost of countywide feasibility studies for various improvement projects, tourism parking in downtown locations, and/or economic development activities for various tourism-related support industries? 2, is it possible for the county to construct a publicly owned and operated convention center or auditorium and/or a nature center that also includes an attached tourism information center, visitor center space using sales tax proceeds? The construction of a tourism information center / visitor center space was not specifically authorized in Section 1A, whereas the cost to acquire, construct, extend, enlarge, remodel, repair, improve, maintain, operate, or promote referenced only publicly owned and operated convention centers, sports stadiums, sports arenas, coliseums, or auditoriums. And later additions to this section, including zoological parks, fishing piers, or nature centers, were specifically authorized in section. Section 4 authorizes the use of sales tax proceeds to fund conventions bureaus, tourist information centers, and news bureaus as county agencies or by contract with chambers of commerce or similar associations, which may include any indirect administration costs for services performed by the county on behalf of the promotion agency. Does the word fund include all associated expenses, such as the would-be construction costs for new facilities or operational expenses of the county-owned visitor center buildings, such as insurance costs and building maintenance? Was it the legislature's intent for the word fund to encompass all of the related expenses? With expenditure categories authorized above, can tax revenues fund any related land acquisition, land improvement, design and engineering costs, and all other professional and related costs required to bring the public facilities authorized in other sections online? Franklin County does not qualify for Section 6, the general infrastructure improvements, whereas expenditures for those items are specifically authorized by statute. However, these costs would be necessary to construct a said convention center, nature center, or auditorium, which are authorized for Franklin County in earlier sections of the statute. Would the land acquisition, improvement, design, engineering costs be authorized expenditures for improvements authorized in other sections, such as sections 1 through 3? Board action to authorize staff to consult with the county's lobbyist to assist in drafting a formal request for an opinion clarification regarding the project-related questions above.
Ms. Aaron, and after this conferring with the lobbyist, that would be something that would come back to the board for the actual wording, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. Second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion?
Just a question.
Yes.
How long does it take to get an answer back? Is
We
that
have no
a
way of
loaded
knowing that.
question? Be a year?
There's no time limit.
Because, this is, I hope, I just don't want to delay anything. I know we have to have this clarification, but
Yeah.
I don't want to be a year down the road and I still not have an answer to our questions, so.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I know we
Hopefully-
can't go by the government, federal
No.
government, state government, but.
Hopefully, we can get some insight on that as the staff is talking with our lobbyist about it. That's the hope, Commissioner. We'll see how it works out. Any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else from Ms. Griffith?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Yes, go ahead.
Aaron, the Roberts about the culvert on Bluff Road, remember we spoke about the other day? Did you happen to reach back out to them?
I have not, but I will get up with them. My apologies, I did forget.
No, you're fine. I know you don't have nothing to do.
Hey, Otis, don't worry about it, they ain't here yet.
I know, that's what we were talking about, me and her were having that discussion, it was like, when?
That's what I'm saying.
When is
They're
this?
I don't know
not
when
here
they're
yet.
coming.
Yeah, and on that, if they're gonna do it all at one time, why aren't we all paying separate staging fees?
That's a very good
There
question.
you go.
Ms. Griffith, I do have a question as well. Going back to our spoil site discussion in East Point, there are any number of things that we have to have that the Corps was able to exempt themselves from. With what we've approved today by motion and vote of the board, now we can go after some kind of maintenance permit,
Yep,
which we do not have.
correct,
They didn't have to have because they're federal.
correct.
Because we have, I'll just say this so that the board and everybody else is aware, if it gets to a point that it needs to be brought to the board, I don't want the board to be unaware. So I've been having discussions with staff at the Regional Planning Council to try to, because the current project they're working on for the Franklin 98, actually the permitted area goes all the way to the boat ramp. So they're gonna have somebody looking at it this week to see if they can do it as a change order or an amendment to it, to actually be able to go and put some of that hardening material behind the berm that's been created by the Corps, so it won't keep blowing out every time it rains, or it's become a trouble spot like we've had before. And the other thing is they're also gonna be looking at, and again, if it comes to a point where we can actually take action on it, then it'll be brought to this board, trying to pursue grants to also put jetties between the breakwaters and add cap rock down on the east end. So we'll see where that goes, but I want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
Yeah, and actually DEP staff has been very helpful. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I've got something.
Yes.
Aaron, real quick. I noticed, and I got a report that a sprinkler head at Freeman Park is kind of sticking up out of that first field to the left.
Okay.
And a player almost tripped over it and
Oh,
got hurt.
okay.
So it's not, and I went and looked at it. It's
Okay.
actually looks like it's broken off. I
Oh,
don't know
no.
if it came up and didn't go down and
Okay.
somebody hit it with a mower or what, but
Okay.
it is messed up and needs to be looked at.
Okay.
In addition to that, and I don't know if I should put this, and I just found that out like this morning. I didn't have a chance to talk to you about it, Mr. Fonda. I don't know if I should ask this when Mr. Fonda comes up for his report, but last night I got a text about a field that was having some issues, and it was after hours. So, and if it becomes like a plumbing issue or some issue that it needs to be addressed immediately, if it's after hours, I just want to know how I should progress and proceed with trying to get it remedied, if that makes sense. So I don't know
Yeah.
if this, like I said, this, maybe we could talk about this when Mr. Fonda comes up, Mr. Davis comes up to the podium, but anyway, I don't want to get caught with if it's an emergent situation. Last night it kind of seemed like it was. You know, I'm like, what do I need to do? So anyway, I just want to make sure moving forward that I know what to do and what appropriate action. Because I'm like, if I call a plumber because it's a plumbing issue, you know, what am I supposed to do? I can't like say and authorize a plumber to come out and fix something because I know there's a procedure and process for that. So I just want to know what to do.
Okay.
So,
Anything else for Ms. Griffin? Ms. Aaron, thank you.
Thank you
We
all.
appreciate it. Now we'll go to our director's reports. Mr. Howard Neighbors. Superintendent of Roads and Bridges.
Morning, Commissioners. How y'all doing?
We got,
I've got no action items this morning, but we have been dealing with the rain for the last couple of months. So, we had some pretty good issues on Ridge Wilderness Road. Well, with flooding, some people got covered pipe, some people don't. So, and they can't afford a pipe, but the water will run. It'll rain good if people had pipes in.
Yep.
And the right size, you got some places got 10-inch pipe or 12-inch pipe where you need 18-inch pipe. So I don't know, we working on the storm drain stuff, maybe in the future that we can maybe get some covers for the people who can't afford the covers, or. And 60th County line, which I'm glad they got that open, because we've had a call after call after call about the water, the flooding. And there is a section of that road is gonna be damaged. I say probably at least 100 yards of it. That's gonna be undermined, so we got 3 big holes that we fixed, put cold mix in it, but there's a lot of traffic through that road, so I don't know, maybe in the future from county line to that bridge, maybe get it repaved. So, because it is gonna be an issue.
That's what I was thinking, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that water staying on that road constantly and flowing across it.
Correct.
From the first part of December all the way till last week. That has really undermined the road up there, so we may have to do something about that, Howard. Let me ask you the question, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Good.
You called me last week, or we talked last week about DOT said that the pipes at Walnut Creek needed to be sanded off
Need to
and
be
painted.
sandblasted and painted from rust and different stuff that was in it. But I think that what they doing to it with the concrete work and the different stuff should fix it.
You think it'll fix it?
I hope they should.
Well, and that's what my, that's what my conversation was with you.
Now, they may have
If it
sandblasted.
need to be done,
Yeah.
why wasn't that part of the project, So I don't
Correct.
understand it. So anyway, we'll just see how it rolls out and
I think
deal with it when it comes.
I think everything will be good on it,
Okay.
once they get through with it.
Yeah, how long ago was that done? That ain't been too long, has it?
Last week it finished up.
Yeah. And now it needs to be redone?
Well,
It was inside the pipe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which they didn't have no water, so they could get to there and walk through there and look in it. Cause
Yeah,
big old pipes, you could walk through them, so,
Right.
yeah.
yeah.
But I'm saying, if that was part of if that needed to be done, if the inside of that pipe needs to be
Mhm.
done, why didn't DOT tell us when it was high and dry then,
Correct.
and everything? But anyway,
And it,
we've already figured out we don't know what.
and it was on a bridge report that they sent me, and I sent it to, Mark and Aaron and them, so
Yeah.
they were of it.
Okay. Anyone else have anything for Mr. Howard?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have one more thing. I know Mr. Naaman was talking about that Bluff Road project, which the road is undermining areas right there, and it is getting worse. So maybe quick as possible, maybe they can get that road cut into and get it fixed. So on the Bluff Road.
Ask you a question. How expensive is it to have them bore under the road as opposed to cutting it?
I recommended that. They said it would be more expensive to try to put a sleeve through that pipe.
Yeah.
And if you bore under it, you're just going, your road will fall in. Because you'll loosen that top dirt up and you have issues with it.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because there are actually a couple of places in my district that need to go back and have paving done where the road was cut and now it's a dip.
Mm-hmm. It will.
Look at that and come back and put the cap on.
No, they've been back twice.
Really?
Yeah, and there's still a dip. So,
Well, you know,
in both areas.
Mr. Chairman, it goes back to what Commissioner Sanders was saying, you know, with these phases like on 67,
Yep.
anytime you have that break,
Yes,
it's never
Yeah.
gonna be the same.
right, right. I guess it depends on how big a culvert you're trying to put too. If you're boring a really big culvert, yeah, I could see where that'd be a problem.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And,
Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, to answer your question, Erin, she jetted a little soon, but she's the one that had that information. We went and I think we, talked with Dewberry on it and had other eyes on it and we couldn't. You know me, I'm gonna find the cheapest way out, so it didn't work.
Well, the cheapest
Yeah.
way is not always
But it's not
the
always,
cheapest way.
yeah, I understand that,
If
but
you
I'm
wind up
still
having
gonna
to-
pinch it.
If you wind up having to
if
have
I
that
can.
cap paved 2 or 3 times, is it really the cheaper
Yeah.
way? You know, that's all I'm saying.
One more thing with Howard.
Hmm.
Howard, I see you're getting more inmates.
No, ma'am, we're not. I'm glad you
You're
brought
not
that
getting
up.
more inmates?
I talked to them and they said, no, we had, I think, 4 this morning. But,
Okay.
and the answer is they can't guarantee nothing, so they said they could try once grass season kicks off, but they can't guarantee it, so.
Okay, because I see where you attached this from February 29th to March 27th. Some days you had 6 inmates.
6, we was getting 12,
Yeah.
and then it fell back down to 6, and then now it's back to 4, so,
But 6 is better than 1.
yeah, exactly.
So how are we addressing, do we know before we get there how many we're getting?
You don't, you just go to the gate and they sign them out.
So
So it might be 1, just all depends.
how many vans are we sending to wind up getting 2 inmates?
I sent 2 vehicles over there,
Okay.
but most of the time we're getting 4. I mean, you put 4 per vehicle,
Yeah.
so
So, I'm-
very rarely we get 8, so.
yeah, so I'm not trying to rock the boat, but Attorney Schuler, don't we have a memorandum of understanding with the state prison about inmate labor?
From many years ago, and I do not remember it. But
That's fine,
It's
that's
just
fine.
like the federal permit for dredging.
Yeah.
Basically, they dictate the terms and we either accept or
That
don't.
sounds about right.
Yeah, unfortunately, it all rolls
Well,
downhill.
it would be nice to know before we started going that way in the morning, if they're gonna give you 1 or 21, you know, it'd be really nice.
Mr.
Because
Chairman,
we're spending, these aren't taxpayers' monopoly dollars we're using, these are actually dollars.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanders can tell you it has been a years, and also
Yeah.
Mr. Howard, it's been
Yeah.
years and years and years of this problem with not knowing ahead of time until you get there what you're going to get, and you overspend your resources thinking you're gonna get one thing and then you get less.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm confused. Can I ask a question with this? I mean, is it a lack of communication? Well, I mean, or,
They just said how many they wanna send.
Where they
Yeah,
are.
clearly,
With the-
absolutely, but.
Well,
I mean, what today's taking, it's not like we're sending smoke signals up over there. I mean, they can shoot a
It's not
text,
brain
an email,
surgery.
or call.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that was the point I was
is
trying to
there, is
make.
there anybody that we can, talk with on the state level with that?
Mr. Neighbors, Mr. Davis, myself has met with the warden on a few occasions, and this answer is the same. He cannot guarantee anything. It all depends what happens the night before, the morning,
That's what I'm getting at. I mean, if it's something that happens the night before, he knows our trucks are coming in the next, how long does it take you to get there? 30
30 minutes.
I mean,
Yeah,
really?
really. I hate to tell you that, but again, it's not one meeting we had, it's been a few. Because this has come up before, you know, about
Oh, yeah.
using county resources to send multiple vehicles out there and each vehicle come back with 2 inmates. That's a waste on our end.
And they do, they have more inmates, a lot, but they hire custody inmates, and they feel unsafe for sending them out for the community, so,
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
We want everybody to feel safe, I
Yeah,
assure
yeah.
you. That's not what we're pushing for.
yeah,
No, we just want a phone call.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we had to hear the story of all the inmates that would be released are now down in Central Florida somewhere at some jail where they get to play Xbox all day long. Yeah, we heard this long speech.
But-
And the ones that we have here, the ones you may not want out doing work, and yeah, and you got, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Neighbors,
No,
Mr.
yeah.
Davis. That's what we heard at the last meeting, I believe.
Well, Mr. Chairman, everybody knows how I feel about this. I've been on this soapbox for a long time. I don't want to disservice our citizens by thinking, or Mr. Howard and his staff, by thinking he's going to get 6 inmates and he gets 1. Especially when the busy grass cutting season's coming up, which I know we've really never stopped cutting grass.
Correct.
But the fact of the matter remains, I don't want to disservice our citizens with getting the things done that need to be done because we're not getting the inmates that we need. So again, plan on moving forward, maybe we need to, I don't know, come up with a different plan, but I don't like agreement. I agree. And I do know, to answer your question, Commissioner Amison, the warden did come to this meeting and make a presentation and talk about how the process is and all. And it's just one of those things where, you know, it's an answer we don't really like or get really any resolve to, but I don't know.
And then you got the contraband, where it used to be just tobacco or something, but now it's dope, cocaine, meth, pot, so that's another issue that they're having, so.
Yeah. That'll shut it down for a couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I guess the only point I was trying to make, and the commissioners have expressed it well, is, you know, so we have a department, specifically the road department, that's working on a 4-day week, and we're spending 8 of those hours to go get, or either take, that's 20% of that allotted work week. That's my biggest concern.
Yeah,
And we depend on inmate labor to
Yeah.
get the county job done.
Exactly.
yes.
Another big issue.
Yeah.
My question to you, Mr. Neighbors.
Yes, sir.
You all ever disable the school zone light on School Road and Avenue A?
I think they looked at that. I think it was to cut the light off, is that what it
Yes.
was? Yeah, I think they did it,
Okay,
yes, sir. But I'll recheck and make sure.
thank you.
Yeah.
This is not directing to you, but it is.
Okay,
I haven't met with you yet, but I wanted to say it before all the other ones, so I want to repeat myself. I am completing my department head meeting, so it's you
Okay.
and I think one other, but I will
Okay.
be getting that completed this month.
Okay. And that, I think somebody with the school has that key to that light.
They
So-
don't.
No, they don't have
Not
the
the one
key?
on School Road and Avenue 8 at all.
Okay,
He's talking about there by the Baptist
By
church.
the- Yeah. Where?
okay.
Yes.
That's Baptist church, yeah.
Yes.
But I will check in on that, make sure, I think it was cut off.
Okay.
Mr. Howard, I didn't have a chance to get up with you yesterday. Mondays are particularly busy for me at CarQuest. It's usually a day that I'm by myself. But I talked to Mr. Mike Milner yesterday. That area down there, we did it last year about the same time. It's because it's county right of way. Down there in front of his retail seafood place. There's a couple of places there that's got really probably 8, 10, 12-inch deep holes. We can try to put some stuff in.
And that's Patton?
Yeah, on time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's you're familiar because we've done it several times over the years.
Okay.
But the bigger thing I wanted to talk to you about this morning is, So I went and met with Mr. Mike Creel, resident of the island, last Saturday. We discussed in the area particular that he lives in, and there's some other actions the board might have to take at another time, but there's a severe, like most of the island, there's severe water issues as far as improper drainage or things not draining properly. But the benefit we have there at the end of Nedley Street by the kayak launch is we actually already have a culvert in place. So we need to see what it would take. Maybe we can get Ms. Aaron to bring up on the next meeting, because we need to know the cost associated before we can vote on it. With replacing that culvert pipe with a bigger culvert pipe and maybe putting a baffle box on the end of it so water can't come back when it gets high tide or stormy weather. It's not pushing it back into the properties there. There are other places on the island we'd like to do the same thing, but all of them don't have the benefit of already having a culvert there. That one does.
Yeah, it does, and it rains that Nedley and some other roads in that area. But I met with that guy, and I think he's wanting to dig ditches from Brown, Nedley, 2 or 3 different roads. He's wanting to dig ditches.
Yeah, that's something we'll probably look at. So the extended issue is there are several residences there, there are new residences that do not have culvert pipes. So what swell or ditches were there, now they're not, they're blocked up. So that might be an issue where the county will maybe talk to those residents and say, okay, you need a culvert pipe, this is what you need, if you'll get it, we'll install it. And come back and install those pipes so we can do that.
But yes, sir, but some of them roads ain't no ditches, period. I mean, never been a ditch.
Right.
Where you would want to put the pipes.
Right, but we're having more water than we've ever had.
We'll
So as more houses get built, we have to find a way to divert water.
Correct.
And the benefit we have is that one's actually attached to something that flows out to the bay and it's already approved. We're not trying to go through that process. So yeah, and Attorney Schuler, there will probably be, as we talk through this issue, this particular area, there will probably be some residents that we need to send letters to tell them to remove their stuff out of the county right of way so we can put the proper drainage in there so it will flow to the bay. And to be fair, one of those is Mr. Krell himself. So it's not just the neighbors we're talking about everybody. Because we want to fix what's there, and try to start working on areas and get it done.
I'll be on standby.
Just wanted you to know ahead of time, Mr. Howard.
Yes, sir. I met with that guy a couple of weeks ago, and he had his map. He showed me what he wanted to do, and that's what I told him. It had to be board approved and maybe engineer.
Exactly. And we'll go through the process, whatever that winds up being. But I just want to do it right the first time. But the board he gave me a packet of material last week, and the board has a copy of all that this morning. So they can look at it and see and know what we're discussing.
And I'll forward that packet to Howard, so he has the same information. Mr. Krell is smiling in the back of the room.
Well, it's nothing we're gonna do tomorrow, but we need to work
just
toward it.
start working on it.
Yes.
And then we had Indian Mound ditch that we finally got the easement on. We got that taken care of. So,
Okay.
and it drained probably a foot of water out of there. So, no. But we're gonna. I got some no cut on the other side, on the Baywood side over there, and we're gonna dig ditches through there and scrape the end of them pipes out too, soon as we get the no cut in. So, which drains to that pipe that goes to the Indian Mound. So,
Sounds good.
One item before you let
Yes.
Mr. Neighbors walk away. On page 26, item 3 of my report, the county received a request, which I attached, to build a driveway on the county right-of-way, speaking of right-of-ways, on East Bay Shore Drive on St. Louis Island. My recommendation is to have Mr. Howard Neighbors look at that and come, let us know what his findings, and then he would, if we think it's something that could be done, maybe discuss it with Attorney Schuler to see if anything legal has to be drawn up, and then bring it back to the board for your review. So I had that as an action item to direct Howard to do that, and then to give Attorney Schuler the authority to come up with an agreement if it's needed.
Okay.
I'll send him to the address, so.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, Michael. Doesn't that go across state property?
I'm not sure, that's why I was asking Howard to go and
I
check.
know that-
Because the drawing is a little crude for me, so I needed to know specifically where it
Well,
was.
so going and looking at the road, which I've already done, what used to be a road, it's really all grown up, and they're gonna have to actually clear to be able to get, so there's already a house there on the corner, so there's already been some cleared. They're gonna have to clear down further, and you can see where a road used to be, but there's not a road, there's not a road there. I mean, it's high as the top of your vehicle.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have to cut some stuff down to be able to get past that house and go into their driveway. So, I mean, it's an area that was platted as a road, but I think there's private property on the south side, on the north side's owned by the state of Florida, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, it's that area. So the state has maintained it, but they've not had to maintain it there for anything they're using. They let it go back to a kind of its natural.
They maintained it.
Yeah, if
Well,
the state,
it's more in a natural state.
and
let me
if
put
it
that
is
way.
state property, it takes it out of our hands for the most part. It's a different conversation altogether.
But I'm good, with it. I went and looked at it. I mean, all they're doing is extending the driveway from myself to Attorney Schuler and cutting into their property. That's all they're doing.
So you do want Howard to look at it?
No, that's fine. I'm
Yeah,
fine with
yeah, I
the
look
process.
at it. I talked to her, she called, and that's what she was talking about at the end of the road right there, East Bay Shore, but what you just said, it falls off into like a big, sawgrass pond, I would
It
call
does.
it, so,
It does.
yeah.
Yeah, but I'm good with it, but yeah, we'll have them review it and bring it back.
Some action to authorize both of them,
Okay.
what we're directing, if
All right.
that's.
Pleasure of the
don't
board.
mind.
So moved. Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else, Mr. Monroe?
Nope, that's it.
Mr. Chairman, I got one quick question.
All right.
Mr. Thompson's ditch, that we had that easement to, did y'all get that while we had that
We-
equipment there?
We hadn't got it yet. Scott went in there with some of his inmates and they cut some of it back, but it's pretty thick, but we'll get back over this way, we're gonna have a machine. We'll have to take a machine in there and try to cut that back.
All right.
So it's real thick.
Okay, I appreciate
But
it.
yeah, we get it.
All right. Mr. Howard, thank y'all for everything y'all do on behalf of Franklin County and its
Yeah,
residents. We
thank y'all.
appreciate it.
Thank y'all, Commissioner.
Mr. Fonda Davis, Solid Waste Director, Parks and Recreation. What else do you do, Mr. Fonda?
How many hats you wear?
Good morning, Commissioners. Before I do my report, I would like to give a little bit of recognition to Mr. Clay Nowlin, who works in animal control. But before I go, I want to read some article in the Apalachicola Times. I don't know if any of you read it. But before I do that, I want you to know that I do appreciate all the guys that works in the animal control department, Parks and Rec, and solid waste. So just want to make sure we understand that I appreciate them all.
Yes.
And I like to read on and say, officer rescues dog stuck in the mud. A lot of times it's quick thinking of a dog that rescued a person. In this case, a crew from Franklin County returned the favor. On Sunday, March 11, Mayor Livingston from Apalachicola and Vermont architect Rob Brown, a regular winter visitor here for many years, were fishing on Whiskey George Creek north of East Point in a small skiff. When they arrived in West Bayou, the men saw a dog immersed in the mud along the west bank. It wasn't moving except for his head, as though stuck, said Brown. We couldn't get closer than 100 yards because the water was so shallow. The men called Franklin County Animal Control and quickly picked up Clay Nowlin. They offered a dispatch to the scene at the boat landing off State Route 65. Brown and Livingston drove Nowlin back to West Bayou, where he stripped down and got in the water. He waded, swam, flopped all the way to the dog. He almost had to be crawling in the mud, said Brown. Next, he dug the dog free of the mud with his bare hands and then helped the dog back to the boat by gently pulling him through the mud and shallow water. Mill and I were amazed at Clay's determination to save Bailey's life, said Brown. The dog, a large 14-year-old golden retriever named Bailey, belongs to the John Richards family of East Point, and they were waiting when the trio plush dog returned safely to the boat landing. As it turned out, Bailey had been missing for 3 days. They had all but given up hope to find him, said Brown. John Richards later said Bailey was okay and eating like a horse. The hero of the day was Clay Nowlin, said Brown. He knew what he had to do, and he just went right ahead and did it. Without a word of complaint, all the way back to the boat ramp, he consoled Bailey, patting him and talking to him. It was an impressive display of determination and caring. you have a fine young man on your team. Again, it's another letter, and Clay been here, I think right at 11 months, and he, within 11 months with this and one other letter, I won't read it, but you know, we often hear negative things that come about, and I say that because we're dealing with an issue here. Another hunting dog was found up Highway 65. The dog was skittish, so Clay went out the way, got a trap, went back up there, and was able to capture the dog. In the meantime, the dog stayed at our pound for 2 weeks. Normally it's 5 days before we allowed to do whatever we want to do, adopt or whatever. So Clay held the dog, hoping somebody would call. He has a passion for animals. Within that 2 weeks, the dog had a collar on it, and Clay kept the collar. So the owner got word that the collar was in our possession. And he tried to turn the case around as if Clay was trying to sell the collar. Again, negative is what, you know, we saved the dog for 2 weeks, he never came at it, and all of a sudden he got. But I say that because I know this fella here, he's determined and he's dedicated to the department. And I just want to recognize him in front of the board and the public here, let him know what outstanding job that he's doing. Again, let's grab him up. Yeah, okay. You like to say anything? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I say something?
Go ahead.
Clay is passionate about animals. He's helped me out with a couple of hunting dogs that came up there and strayed out. And he's come up, Miss Cheryl, don't you worry about it. First thing I said, Clay, are you gonna put them down? He said, no ma'am. I said, I can't have them if you ain't gonna put, you know, if you're gonna put them down, you can't have them, because I don't believe in putting down an animal unless it's necessary. But he is a good fella to have. And for him to go down there and get in that mud at Whiskey George up there, and it's bad up there. I mean, mucky muck. You get stuck in it bad. That's his dedication to you and the people of Franklin County.
Yes.
Because and to the animals.
Right.
The animals has got somebody working for them now. So, thank you. Thank you, Clay.
Mr. Chairman, I spoke with the Richards family this morning to let them know that you were going to be recognized today. And unfortunately, they are unable to be here, but they wanted me to extend, again, a big thank you to you for rescuing Bailey. I know Bailey was exhausted after that. It's hard to believe that it survived 3 days in the mud, stuck, but you went above and beyond, and we appreciate that. And we appreciate all of our county employees, because we wouldn't be able to do our jobs if it not for them. So, Clay, to you and to all the other county employees, thank y'all for your dedication and service to the citizens of our county. We're blessed to have each and every one of you.
Yeah, when Clay first come on, I had a lady that's a friend of the family, I guess more like his grandmother, Miss Deidre Golden, I think it was. She said, "Oh my God, what did y'all hire him for? As much as he loves animals, he'll have them all at his house." And since then, I've seen Clay riding down Highway 98. He's just an ordinary guy with the dog sitting next beside him. I said, "No, Clay, we want to put him in the box in the back." Okay.
You don't have to tell everything, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, that would make it so good about Clay. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I proceed on with my report.
Mr.
Hold on
Mr.
just a
Davis,
second,
I
Mr.
got
Davis.
one thing to say. I was reading the paper, and I don't read it very often, but when I seen that picture in there, to echo, this is directly to you, Clay. Being in this position, I've been in here a little over a year, and trust me, you hear all the negativity. But whenever I seen that picture, I just kind of grinned, because I was like, well, I wonder if anybody's going to call me and tell me what a great job this guy's doing, because it was good to read, and I wanted to thank you on behalf of these commissioners, because I know they get the calls too. But you make us look good, and I appreciate that. Make the county look good. You're a good ambassador for the county, but I appreciate it. Mr. Davis, I want to
Thank
run
you,
you
Clay.
again.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
With my report this morning, I have no action item, just a couple of FYIs. one that we just hired Mr. Nathan Tarantino to fill the position, the vacant position at Parks and Rec. He started yesterday. Also, we had some bad news yesterday. We had one to quit. Had DOC issues there. That's all I know at the time, but the employee quit. So that's another position that we need to fill. The commissioner, back to you with the on-call. We do have Parks and Rec. Somebody takes the phone every night. That number is 850-653-8277. You can call that and you will get somebody on call to come out and look at what's going on.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
You said, Mr. Davis, that's 653?
Yes, 8277. That is a number that was once to the Armory and it rolls over to cell phone.
And Mr. Chairman, not to stop you from your continuing your report, but I honestly don't think that the individual would have been able to fix this problem anyway. And I'm not going to send somebody out there on call if it's, I don't think, something that can be remedied immediately. And I'll let you finish your report and we'll discuss that a little further when you're done.
All right.
If you don't mind.
So,
but thank you.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So my report, county services. I would like to report to the board what service that the county provides daily. Amnesty, yard trash, dumpster service, and roadside debris pickup. Also, every month in the Amnesty Day, where the entire county suspect the surrounding county get to dump free. Numbers have been included in the report, what it costs to run the 4 trucks, employee, and fuel monthly, and what we need to seriously consider because of the severity of our landfill space and how to dispose shortly affects the tipping fee cost. You should have a copy of that report with the breakdown of showing what it costs or how is it affecting us, and with the plans of the new transfer station coming on. I kind of hit a little bit at last meeting about it, but I wish you would seriously look at that report.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, Mr. Davis, this report that you provided is very thorough. I like the way you set it up. It's very explains a lot of important details. It's very easy to read. I'm astonished. I would never thought in a million years that we would be spending this much money. And I know that this is a service that we provide to our citizens. And I do know that we do it to help prevent public dumping, although we still have issues with public dumping. But I see your point moving forward. We definitely need to come up with a different plan. Although I know all these years people have gotten used to putting their yard side debris on the side of the road. And if we take that away, they're still going to do it not knowing, or just to still do it. And then we kind of have the same issue. But also with that, I know it's also being abused. I know we've got some contractors that are putting debris on the side of the road and expecting you guys to pick it up, and that's not what the intent of the service is for. In terms of I do know that, and I don't know, but maybe moving forward too, I know that people in other surrounding counties may come to our Amnesty Days, and that's something that we need to address too. I don't go to Gulf County and dump my garbage. I don't go to Wakulla County and dump my garbage. So maybe just if we're going to continue to do this, we need to come up with a plan. I don't know if we need to check people's ID or provide county citizenship. And if the ones that are coming to dump from outside, they need to be charged. I'm sorry, that's just my opinion. Because I was looking at this last night, I'm like, almost $500,000 that we're utilizing for this service. It's a great service, but I never thought in a million years it'd be costing that much money.
Yes.
And especially with our end of year, or I should say use of life of our landfill coming up, we're definitely gonna have to look at a different way of facilitating this service, or remedying this service, or trying to figure out a way to do it where we're not in that big red number there. And limit the amount of people from out of the counties coming in, or make them pay, so they will deter them from coming.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Got a question.
Yes.
That was my concern too, was suspected out of county people coming. So is that highly suspected? Like, is that happening?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I think we probably need to come up with a resolution or solution to ascertain, in county versus out of county, because that was my big concern when I read the report, seen that as well.
Yeah. But, Mr. Davis, sorry, was that all, Commissioner? I apologize. The Gulf County doesn't do amnesty days, do they? Do you know? I know I'm putting you on the spot, I'm sorry.
It may be once or twice a year.
I think Wakulla does
It's not-
twice a
it's
year.
not much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not every month for sure.
Yeah.
But the bigger thing, and Commissioner Ward touched it a little bit when she was speaking, as we move to a transfer station model, roadside debris pickup is going to have to be addressed in a different way anyway, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're going to have to talk about a lot of things, because I hate to be the one to say this, but heading with a transfer station, roadside debris, commissioners, there has to be a discussion about mandatory garbage pickup in this county.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean, I know it's something we've pushed against for years and years for a number of reasons, but we're there now. I'm just, so, all that has to be, it has to be a comprehensive discussion that includes all those parts, I guess.
Yeah,
if
it
I can
does,
say it that way.
because if the governor signs the budget that's been proposed to him, we're about to receive almost $800,000 worth of bear-resistant trash cans.
Yes.
So to disperse those, we're gonna have to have mandatory trash pickup. You have to have some way to, you can't just open up the gate and say, okay, you come get a can, oh, you want 5, take, no, it's gonna have to be something that's mandatory and something that's a part of it, but, that's where we're at.
I don't know how to deal with amnesty and people, unless you have a pre-registration process,
Mr.
which,
Chairman,
I'm sorry.
I've got a solution for that, just
Good.
like the 10-foot hole with the boat launch. Just have a free little sticker, decal you can put right there in the window. And then whoever's right there at the scale monitoring coming in, if they don't have the decal that says I'm a Franklin County resident, they ain't dumping their trash. And if it's a Franklin County resident that was too lazy to go get the permit, because that's happened in Apalachicola, the city, and I'm one of them lazy people. But they can just make a big U-turn and come back the next amnesty day with their stuff. And I'm quite sure they'll probably go down the road and dump it on the side, but I'm just saying, that would cut down on the out of county
Some
problem,
pre-registration
right,
with a
yeah.
sticker, that's all I was heading, yes.
Well, in addition to that, and the discussion we've all been having, I know that from asking, with the city of Appalachia, they have mandatory trash pickup. I think Waste One is their provider. They actually own Knuckle Booms themselves.
Yes.
So they're doing that as part of the trash service for the city of Appalachia in their franchise agreement or whatever it is that they have, in their contract. They're actually assumed doing that. So that's, anyway, just.
I think with that though, Mr. Chairman, they actually had that with Waste Management, who was the one
Waste Pro.
before? Waste Pro, but it had to be in, I think, biodegradable bags. Some of the people that's with the city or live in the city could probably justify what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I think you're right, that's part of the new contract with Waste One. And I don't believe Waste Pro was actually, I don't think it was being used, because I'm quite sure Mr. Davis was going and doing some stuff for the city whenever they get a big pile of yard debris. We've extended that, and thank you for that, by the way. Yeah, that could be another good thing if we go to a mandatory and alleviate some of that. But as far as the cap on landfill, I don't know. Big side.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm all
That's
about
big.
getting back to recycling too. I know we're gonna have a presentation, well, she's not here for recycling, but I think that that's something we need to look at too. I know that there's no money, or the money wasn't lucrative, in any way. It wasn't benefiting the county, I guess, in any way. We're actually paying money, I think, to recycle. But I don't know, that's something I'm passionate about too. But I do agree with the mandatory garbage pickup as well. I don't know, I just, we got a lot of things to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Well,
Mr.
and Commissioner, too, when we stopped recycling, it was just as much about the fact that nobody was buying it anymore.
Right.
It wasn't what it was worth. It was around the time that COVID had either just started or right after it started. And the report for us was, there's nobody wanting to come buy any of this. So we're just stacking it up. It's not going anywhere. It's turning into regular trash. And we were at a point where the board was gonna be discussing spending money to update equipment for recycling that wasn't happening anyway.
Yeah.
So it was honestly just being transparent with our citizens when it already stopped, and we just let everybody know that it actually had stopped. But yeah, I'm good with it starting again though, if that's something we can do.
Also don't have the labor right now.
As far as the yard debris, have we ever in the past did like some type, did we have anything to mulch it down to where we could say, hey, you know, the public, if you want some mulch or whatnot, you know, I mean, that could alleviate some of the, you know, as far as the actual yard debris, not, you know, mattresses and all, but you know what I mean, that we could grind up, some of that stuff and blow it over there. I mean, I'm quite sure there might be some need within the community to come and that'll alleviate some of the capacity issue. I'm not saying I'll take care of all of it, but I don't know if we've ever done that or anything.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner, we do mulch it. We chip it up, grind it. We give it away, but it's all different types of trees, so you can't really use it for planting or something like that. You never know what it may do to your garden or your plants. So you can use it for fill or to tighten up your driveway with a lot of people, but we don't get rid of near as much as we chip. It just mounds of it.
Yeah.
And we used to use it for cover, but DEP said we have to mix 50-50 dirt mixed with it to be able to
You
cover.
use it for what? I'm sorry.
To cover, at the landfill, you have to cover the stuff.
Oh, yeah,
and that
okay, I
sort
got
of-
you.
Yes, so we was trying to use it to help cut down on using that expensive dirt. But DEP says you have to mix it. But it's still a mound of it out there. How many loads you want?
There's a bunch out there. Yeah, a couple of years ago, it caught on fire, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Just because it was so dry?
Yes.
Smoldering? Because, I mean, it was
It was packed tight, and that was from the hurricane.
200 feet up in the air.
Yeah.
It was a mound of it.
Yeah.
Mr. Davis, you mentioned this before. I think it was back in maybe December. I remember you mentioned it. But in your report, you got right here, the severity of our landfill space. Explain what you mean by that.
We bite out of space as far as anywhere to put it. So that's where it's gonna be important to address, because now, in the future, when we move to the new transfer station, everything will be hauled out. And I mean, you got big poles, just big size lumber will be hauled out, and that takes up space in the trailer. So now we won't have nowhere in the ground to put it. Whereas Amnesty Day, we can bury it, and we about out of space right now. So it'd be good if we can move in a hurry to that transfer station, because the little bit of land that we do have left, it could be, just sitting there just in case we get another hurricane or something like that. We will have somewhere to dispose of it. But we're moving fast with all the debris coming in. That land is filling. I would say we probably got about 5 acres left.
Yeah.
So what is the holdup on the transfer station?
The process, the
The
licensing
process?
and everything we're doing, yes.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah, no, well,
Because I
don't
seen
say.
it.
Higher up than us.
No, don't let Commissioner Emerson.
I was just saying, government.
We can't license it.
I'm saying government.
Yeah, Commissioner Kroom, I'll, after the meeting, Aaron and I'll get with you and we'll explain to you where we are in the process.
I got you, okay.
Yeah.
So with this transfer station, is this the one where I went to your facility, I actually been to facility unannounced. I went to the road department first, then I went to your office, you wasn't there. You was out in the field, I was told. I went inside the building, I was looking at the building, I went through the back door is unlocked. We gotta do something with your building too. That building is deforming. So hopefully with this transfer station, is that included too, Michael?
Yeah, we have another building coming before.
Yeah, that building is.
Yes.
We gotta do something with that building that you're in.
Yes.
Okay. When,
So is that included with this
Yes.
transfer station on it?
Yes,
part of
I
it.
will say yes in a general way, but there's a specific funding for a new building for it. But I'll get the specifics for you.
How many positions do you currently have vacant? mentioned the one yesterday.
Yes, that one, and we have 2 in solid waste.
So 3. All right.
Thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Davis?
Mr. Chairman, just basically what I was saying a while ago, and I think this is something we can maybe converse after, but I do want to, for the rest of the commissioners, you know, if an emergent situation like a pipe burst, or, because this isn't an isolated incident. I've gotten 2 calls on a weekend or after hours about concerns, and I'm like, well, I don't know what to do. I mean, minus me going and cleaning a bathroom, I'm not a plumber. I can't go fix a plumbing issue. What if a pipe were to burst or a sink were to, you know, a toilet overflow and have an issue with that? And you've got a game, say like at Vrooman, for example, where you've got players and parents going to use the bathroom and it's not working. I mean, minus going out in the woods and taking a bush wee, what are we supposed to do? I mean, who am I supposed to call? What kind of action do we need to proceed with? And I don't want to call Mr. Davis after hours. I mean, he can't fix the problem either.
So what we do, Commissioner, on that, the on-call is that they will come out, and if it's beyond their scope of work, then we would most likely shut it down, shut the bathroom down. In that case, if we have backup plumbing issue, we would shut it down, or we would try to reach out to a plumber.
Okay.
But again, we do have somebody on call, and minimum plumbing issues, most likely the guys can handle it. The guy that we just hired on yesterday, we was lucky, or maybe I should say blessed, to get him. He's skilled in carpentry, construction, and plumbing, electrical. So we hopefully to have a maintenance crew online pretty soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yes, they're very resourceful. We use that word, especially the Parks and Rec crew, because they have to be. You know, it's a small group and they cover a lot and deal with a lot. So yes, and there is a process. And if they have to, if it gets to me where we got to call somebody or call Shane, not as Shane's position has changed, we'll get somebody there if needed right then. If not, we'll schedule somebody for first thing in the morning.
All right.
So yes, but if we follow the on-call, it'll work out.
Okay,
Yes.
that's all I needed to know, because I'm like, I was caught in a rock and a hard place, and
Yeah.
and bless his heart, Clay didn't. I mean, I wasn't gonna send him out, because what was he gonna do if it was a plumbing issue? So that's, you know, utilizing a source that we don't need to utilize.
So you called Clay out? You called Clay yesterday?
I called Clay, I did, because you said call the on-call, so I called the number, and
Was it
Clay
11?
answered. It was last night, wasn't it, Clay, after 7 o'clock, bless his heart, and I said, I'm not having you go out there if you're, I said, I'll just get with Fonda in the morning, so. Anyway.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before you go, Mr. Davis, I want to also thank y'all. I was at Day of Ball.
Yes.
Your staff did great. You know, there was a few chalking things here and there, but you know, that keep in mind that the you know, we have a new president that's taken over with the leagues and everything. I tell people all the time, you got to be a little patient with both sides of it. And there's some new faces with Parks and Recs, obviously.
Yeah.
But overall, it was a very good weekend. They did a great job. So
Great.
just
Thank
wanted
you
to
for that,
commend your
Commissioner.
staff.
Thank you for that, because, you know, we lost 2 key players in Parks and Rec round about the same time.
That's exactly
So,
what I'm getting at.
Yeah, thank you for that.
And that's where the conflict kind of was showing up, how far the circle needed to be, and did we have a hash over there? Here I am in the middle of all this, and wearing my baseball coach hat that day.
Okay.
But and also another thing too, you guys may want to get some combinations to some locks, because I had to call Mr. Davis after hours. Somebody locked me in, and the other people was like, "What is that?" I said, "I can't get out the gate." They said, "Ain't you the commissioner?" I said, "Yeah, but I don't know the combination." But luckily, I got up with Mr. Davis and got out there. But anyway, thank you, staff and everybody on behalf of us, please,
Yes,
for
sir,
that.
I let them know. Thank
Very
you.
successful.
Hey, Commissioner Crew, just
Yes.
to show you where they say the government is always watching, Aaron is always listening. So, so the Restore is paying for both the transfer station and the Fonda's new building. Is going to run approximately $6.5 million.
Which is about 1/4 of what it would be if we were trying to buy and make a new landfill.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, you're right.
First, you'd have to try to come up with the space.
And
Yeah.
it's the
Yeah.
licensing, and
Yes.
Fonda will tell you more than I could about the licensing for a new
Oh,
landfill.
yeah.
Yes,
Well,
it's,
just to shut this one down, Mr. Chairman, it takes a lot, and you have to monitor it for X amount of years after you shut it down. So it's not just an easy fix to open up a new one. There's a lot of parameters with that, but shutting one down is
Just
a
as hard.
arduous
Yes,
task
ma'am.
too, so.
Right.
Anyway.
Anything else? Mr. Morone, do you have something that we need to discuss while Mr. Davis is here?
you know, sometimes I wonder if I wrote my report, if you did. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think
I'll never tell. No, I'm playing.
so. TDC, Land Village, the bricks, nope, that's not really Fonda, Peddlers. No, sir, unless you see something that I
What about the park?
About number 10.
didn't remember.
Maybe.
Oh,
That's the-
yes, look at that. It's as if I wasn't working on this at 9:30 last night. Okay, so item number 10, page 28. Commissioner Cruz would like to do some improvements to Sylvester Williams Park. Currently, that's a city park. It's owned by the city of Apalachicola. Last week, Commissioner Croom, myself, met with the mayor, Brenda Ash, Mr. Travis Wade, he's the city manager, Mr. Aaron Griffith, to discuss transferring Sylvester Williams Park to the county, which would allow county staff to seek funding for improvements, such as FERDAP, et cetera. The mayor would like a conceptual plan of Commissioner Croom's proposed improvements to the park before discussing this proposal with the entire city commission. So I hope no one in the city commission is listening and say, what? You know, no, we're working, and my last statement is Commissioner Croom will work with the engineers to create that conceptual plan. So just me informing the board, that's a project that we are working on with Commissioner Croom and with the city of App. And they seem very receptive to it. The mayor did, and so did the city manager, you know, to do some improvements. Fonda could tell you better than me, we had tried a few years ago to partner with them to do some work out there, but it didn't work out for different reasons, you know. But it's a large park, it's a big park that could use some TLC, and will be used by a lot of people once that TLC is, you know, provided.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kramer, I can vouch for one thing with that. If that part was up and was running, so to speak, we've had an issue with practices over there at Donnie Wilson. We don't have enough fields because we have too many. You know, they've acquired a new age group, and it's put us at a kind of where we've been constrained to not having fields. So if that field was up and viable, you know, there's an option right there. We could have said, you know, one of the teams could have scheduled practice in that area and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, I would be all for having that discussion.
Please, I would ask you to, you know, sit with Commissioner Crew to give him some of your ideas of what you need, you know, what you see we need based on experience with D.W. Wilson, and then with Fonda, and then we could, so that it's part of the concept that we present to the city.
Okay. I like to say historically, you know, from talking to some of the older people, you know, Commissioner Williams, when he said he was involved with the park, was Ms. Sanders, you may know.
Oh, absolutely.
Then unbeknownst to me, this was one of Commissioner Lockley's thing that he was gonna work on.
It was.
Yeah. It was.
It was.
Good work. Well, and I want to brought up now because Mr. Davis is here, so when we do, if we are able to make that switch, it's gonna fall under Parks and Rec, so.
Yes, so I'll be erring for a minute. That's gonna affect his budget. So as we're getting closer to June and July, I'm just giving you guys a heads up. I'm saving you, Fonda, from having to say it. I'll say it for you. We have to take a second look at Parks and Rec budget, not just for that reason. There are other reasons too, but as we get closer, we'll discuss it more in detail.
Anything else from Mr. Davis? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, can we take up action number 4 with Fonda, because Fonda takes care of that park out there at Lanark about the engraved bricks?
See? You wrote my report too, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay, so item number 4, Ms. Pat Funderburg of Lanark Village is requesting permission to place engraved bricks around the pictured monument that was attached to your report. I'm not quick enough to pull it up. In the Gene Sewell Park, these engraved bricks will honor longtime, hardworking volunteers, and I didn't put that are alive actually, which is good, giving them their acknowledgement while they're alive in the Lanark Village community. And I just need action to authorize the placement of these engraved bricks at the park to honor the longtime hardworking volunteers in Lanark Village community.
And I'll do a motion to approve that.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, a second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, Commissioners?
I have a little bit of discussion.
Go ahead.
Fonda, if they need you to help them out there at Gene Sewell Park, do that.
Okay.
See what you can do to help them.
Yes, ma'am.
It won't be much.
Okay.
You know, and it's around that main
That
thing.
one big monument they have, they
Yeah.
just want to lay the bricks in a square around that. That's
Okay.
all.
Yeah.
Engraved bricks.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not much.
They just want to put pavers in.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
understood.
basically.
Acknowledgements. All right, any other discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, anything else from Mr. Davis? All right, we've been at this for about an hour and 45 minutes. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners is now back in session. Next, emergency management.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, ma'am.
Unfortunately, Jenny was a little under the weather today, so she wasn't able to come to give the report, so I'll be
Okay.
filling in for her. We have 3 action items today, the first of which is going to be our MOU between us and Arc on the Gulf. They're the transportation service we use every year during storm season if we have to evacuate our special needs clients.
Okay.
It's the same MOU we signed last year. The prices haven't changed, just
Right.
the dates have been updated.
Okay, one question. Attorney Schuler, these 3 requests for MOUs and our updates, we need to do them as 3 separate items?
Let me ask a question.
Yes.
What are the subject matter of the 3 MOUs?
Well, the first 2 are the MOUs, and they're both transportation MOUs that we use during storm season. One just happens to be for our special needs clients, and the other is the one we have with the school where they will do the buses to evacuate our transportation disadvantaged.
The third MOU?
The third one isn't a MOU, it's actually the adopting the resolution for our comprehensive emergency management plan.
Two
that-
separate motions, 2 subject matters. One motion for both MOUs with the same subject matter on transportation, and then
Okay.
a separate motion for the resolution.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, but thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
make a motion that we approve the MOU for ARC and the interlocal agreement.
With the school. Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. These agreements, this MOU with ARC and this memorandum of understanding with the Franklin County School District. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, and then the last one, what is it, Ms. Anthony?
That one's going to be the resolution to adopt our comprehensive emergency management plan for the county. It's the plan that we have to have approved every 5 years by the state. They've approved it, we just now have to adopt it, and we'll be covered again for the next 5 years.
I make a motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, a second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
I do have one more information item I just want to highlight before I'm finished my report, because it didn't end up making it on the information items here, but we are starting the general ham radio tech class this Thursday, 3 to 5, and we'll be doing it every Tuesday and Thursday up until May 9th. It's free for anyone who wants to attend. Again, it's the second level of ham radio, so we're not going to be covering the entry level, but you can take both tests at the same time. Anybody who just needs to take that entry level first, they'll just have to do a little extra homework on their own. But it is free to anybody in the community who wants to attend it.
And what are the dates and times again?
It's going to start this Thursday the 4th all the way through May 9th. And it'll be every Tuesday and Thursday from 3 to 5 p.m.
Okay.
At your office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, who's the instructor? Is it local? Is it local
It's Rob
instructor?
Zingarella.
Okay.
Yeah, him and one other taught it when we did the tech level, and we had a really good turnout for it, and so we're hoping the general level has a really good turnout as well. We had several CERT volunteers who attended the first one, as well as me, Jenny, and Josh were all technical level, and we're hoping to all get our general.
Still having to pass Morse code? Or has it stayed
They
the
actually
same?
took Morse code out of it.
Well, I'll go back and do it again. I did it years ago in the Army, and then,
Hey, you can
and
come
I
hang out
barely
with us.
got past that Morse code, but if they're doing it now without, I might just go
Yeah, they
back
got
and
some
get recertified.
digital thing now that does it for you, so don't have to do all that now.
Gotta love technology.
Well, good. Anything else for Miss Amanda? All right.
Ms. Mandy, are y'all doing the hurricane buckets this year?
We are not at this time. We haven't received the grant for it.
Okay.
Since we did it 2 years ago, back in, or actually 3, was it 3? Yeah, 3 years ago, because I was back in 21. We got the grant from Duke Energy, which was what funded that one. And since we did it, a lot of counties heard about what we did with the $10,000 grant, and so everybody now applied for it. And so they've been giving it to people who haven't gotten it before.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
unfortunately, we weren't able to obtain that, but we are still looking for grants that we can do it again, because we want to. But trying to find the right grant for it has been a challenge.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Crum, I'm glad you brought that up, because I know I've talked to Jennifer about that before. And I was at the first bucket giveaway that we did, and it was a great turnout. I just want you to know that if we do happen to get some funding for that, I've gotten contacted by several business owners that want to donate again, that donated the last time. So just keep that in mind. If you get the grant funding, just give me a call, or I'll let you know who's going to donate what and all that to help that program.
Of course, so we would love to have everybody's participation again. We had, since our first year, we had that amazing turnout. We had so many local businesses and agencies that wanted to help, and we'd love to do it again. It's just a matter of finding the right grant that can fund it.
Thank you.
Good deal. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I think we should make her stand up there as long as Howard and Fonda did.
That's a lot longer than she's been up there, though.
Just out of curiosity, what's his official first day of storm season?
It's going to be June 1st.
June 1st.
Right around the corner.
It's June to November every year, isn't it? Sometime in November?
Yeah, it'll be
November
over
30th.
December 1st.
Okay.
Somebody better be asking if we storm ready.
That's going to be Commissioner Cruz
That's your
There you go.
passing that torch to him.
Well, we are storm ready.
Yes. Thank you, Miss Amanda. We appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Mr. DeWitt Polis, mosquito control.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Information this morning, or items. Just currently let you know our mosquito count has picked up, and we discontinued our ditch maintenance as of now. We've done about almost 2 miles of ditches last month throughout the county. So just give me an idea. When you look at the numbers there, you kind of like put them all together and realize how much that is. But I am currently advertising for a part-time position, and we haven't filled that yet. And other than that, the larviciding program, we're kicking that off today. That's where we go out and actually be pre-treating a lot of areas that creates a lot of problems. And when we do that, we can usually get ahead of the ballgame, because I take care of that for like 3 or 4 months at the time. So that really helps. So we're currently doing that starting this week. And other than that, we'll be hitting some hot spots in the month of April and get our other part-time position filled, and we'll be on schedule to start adulticiding.
Sounds good. Mr. Polis, I'll ask you a question just to try to help alleviate some concerns that citizens have been expressing with the mosquito control program. Could you summarize? People have kind of been saying that we don't need to be spraying for mosquitoes, and what we're spraying does this or does that. Can you try to address some of those concerns, sir?
Sure, Commissioner. We have received a lot of calls and emails in the last, I'm going to say 3 years. A lot of people that's not familiar with mosquito control has moved into the area. They don't realize everything in Florida stings or bites. And but yeah, we use a permethrin-based product, and they don't understand that we actually target mosquitoes. We get a lot of complaints about other insects, but they're not health issues. Sometimes they're a nuisance, but they're not a health issue. Mosquitoes are. But we target those mosquitoes. So what we do is we calibrate these machines. The state, we have to send all the results to the state, and the droplets in those sprayers have to be like between 200 to 400 microns in size, and that's specific for a mosquito. That's all it takes if we can hit one of those mosquitoes with that. The beneficial insects, the caterpillars, the bees, dragonflies, stuff like that, we'd have to really just, they'd have to fly into the flume and just sit there, really suck them down to kill them. And, I look at it, we're kind of like, they think, well, they're spraying pesticide. Yes, we are, but, we do live in Florida, and it's a catch-22. And I tell a lot of individuals, say, well, I don't feel like you're doing any good. I said, well, I tell you what you do. You go anywhere in the county that we actually treat, and then go to Little St. George or St. Vincent where we have never treated, and then come back, let's have this conversation.
Yeah.
And usually, some of them do actually go. And they come back and thank you very much for what you're doing. That's usually what I get.
Yes.
And on the other side of that, people complain, well, I had one individual, I have a butterfly garden. I don't want you to kill my caterpillars. I said, I understand. And I said, but you have to realize that you just said you had caterpillars. So we've been treating Franklin County in different areas for they're probably close to 100 years, you know, and you have caterpillars, so apparently we're not killing the caterpillars. And after they think about it, I mean, it's just a lot of that's kind of a knee-jerk reaction for a lot of folks. And after we talk to them and educate them a little bit, they realize. But then you have those that feel like they're allergic to it, and we work with them. This weekend, I had individuals on St. George Island that requested us not to spray that area. And so the way I respond to that is, you know, if we don't have a do not spray list, the state don't want you to keep that kind of a list anymore for whatever reason. But what I do is I work with those individuals and tell them, look, I can have them to turn it off when they come by your address, but I'm going to continue to treat the area because your neighbor loves mosquito control. So we're not going to just go in there and quit treating that whole area when you got everybody else that you know wants the control. And most of the time, and the one lady, so I appreciate what you do. And I told her to post your address where we can see it, because those trucks are out there at night, and sometimes it can be hard. But I'll have them to turn it off when they come by your address. When they go back, they'll turn it back on. But you know, but there's a lot of science behind it. And once you talk to people, they don't realize that between the trapping, we don't just indiscriminately go out there and just start spraying. We have to have the trapping results have a threshold that we have to meet before we can even spray. And dusk to dawn. We used to back in the day, I'd see them spraying, 7 o'clock. It wouldn't be dark. But you don't do that anymore. Stay just dusk to dawn. The guys, I tell them all the time, you see what time it says dusk, that's when you start. Not before, no time. So.
Well, and in addition to that, there's also, I believe it's from the state, just from talking to you, I'm trying to remember all our conversations, sir. We really don't have a choice to spray for mosquitoes because of health concerns, correct?
Absolutely. There's all kind of new threats. You have yellow fever is actually making a comeback, not just in Florida, but across the country. And then you have of course, you have the dengue fever and we've had encephalitis, eastern encephalitis in this county for years. And you have St. Louis encephalitis, a lot of different arboviruses out there. And we've been very, very fortunate in our county to not have anybody, Wakulla County a few years ago, they had individual, well, quite a few years ago now, die from the eastern encephalitis. And we've been very fortunate. But yeah, it's something pretty much required. I tell people, I said, that's why I don't feel like the Indians, the research I've done, the natives didn't live in this area year round. They migrated down here in the cool weather and went back up in the country when it got hot because the mosquitoes and stuff were so bad.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, I knew you'd be able to answer it way better than I ever could attempt to. That's why I wanted to ask you, sir.
I tried to.
That's what you do.
Thank you for the opportunity. And we do have that position open, so if anybody's listening, please apply.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Polis? Thank y'all for everything you do. We appreciate it. Is Mr. Lovestrand attending?
No, Mr. Lovestrand is attending a faculty meeting over in Quincy 5.
Okay. So Commissioners, if y'all have any issues, questions, or concerns for Mr. Lovestrand, we can just contact him directly. Michael, is that okay? Sir. All right. Ms. Whitney Roundtree, our library director.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
I'll keep it short and sweet. It's been a long day. Things are going well at the libraries. In March, we hosted a week-long of spring break programs. The local author series, Pen to Paper, and the craft classes for adults have been well attended. A new exciting item we have available at the libraries are the solar eclipse classes. These classes were provided by the Solar Eclipse Activities for Libraries program. We will also be hosting a solar eclipse party at both branches on April 8th from 2:30 to 3:30. So we invite everyone to come out and get their glasses and view and learn more about this event. Next week is a very special week for libraries. It's National Library Week. I'd like to recognize our library staff, Morgan Anderson, Terry Daniels, Jamie Palk, Sharon Stump, and Thomas Riley. I'd also like to thank all of our library volunteers and board members for all their contributions. It takes a team to make the magic happen, and I deeply appreciate all of their support.
Sounds good. Thank you, Ms. Whitney. Is there anything, commissioners, you have concern?
Mr. Chairman, I just got a real quick, earlier when you were doing your presentation, you mentioned, or your Friends of the Library mentioned the artifacts that were donated by the Carabel History Museum. I went out and actually looked at these artifacts, and I know that we need our community to come together to help try to identify some of these artifacts. So I don't know if we could maybe post some pictures or something, so that, because I know a lot of people, it's the Brown family from East Point, is that correct?
No, it's the, oh Lord.
I didn't mean to get you on the spot. But
Hall family,
the
sorry, Hall family,
Okay, okay.
yes.
So, yeah, I mean, a lot of cool artifacts. CC Land Road.
Yeah, we're working on how we're gonna get some images printed, and then once we have those available, we can, and some of the slides did have names on the back of them, but they're kind of hard to read. So we're still trying to identify everyone in the photos.
Okay. Yeah, it was pretty cool artifacts. I'd like to try to get them identified so we can recognize them.
Yeah, they're dated, I believe, 1880.
1880.
Mm-hmm.
There's some old artifacts for sure.
Yeah, they probably definitely are. I can remember as a kid walking at Porter's Bar finding arrowheads.
Yeah, and we have a couple of items.
Didn't realize what we were finding at the time, but I remember doing that.
Yeah, and we have some tools and arrowheads that were from Porter's Bar. Once we get all of our information together, I'll have a presentation for you, and we're also looking at some display cases, so we're working on it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna go one older than you, because I was talking to Michael the other day. He said, I don't think I remember that. The goat house at Porter's Bar. You remember the goat house?
I remember them talking about it.
Yeah.
I wasn't there when I was there.
I'm telling
I
you.
do remember being discussed before. Sorry, you asked, I had to be honest.
And the Porter's Bar was way out there.
Yes, it
Remember
was.
that? Oh, God.
There was a
way
lot of
out there.
property there.
And then I can remember coming across here at the two, and I mean, I'm not but about 70 years old, but I can remember coming here between the two bridges before they did the concrete bridges. It was all wooden. And if you didn't get it on low tide, you didn't come across the Appalachia for years. That's before they filled the field in up in there. But yeah, all throughout the county, there's a lot of good memories.
History.
Yeah, a lot of good memories too, though. But
I'd also like to thank Mr. Chairman, the Carabel History Museum, for donating those
Absolutely,
items.
yes.
So,
Yeah, they gifted us all the items.
yeah.
That's cool.
And then if they have anything else that comes into their collection that pertains to East Point, they'll grant that to us as well.
Yeah.
That was really nice.
And on a solar eclipse, are y'all gonna have, you gonna have a solar party?
Yeah, we'll do a presentation about the science behind the event. We were donated the free viewing glasses. We have about 500 of those, so about 250 at each branch. And Oyster Radio's been advertising it. People have been stopping by and getting them. So
I need a pair. Yeah, I'll come get a pair.
yeah, I'll put you some aside.
That's the best place gonna be able to watch it in New York.
Yeah, we're not in the totality. We'll probably see about 3/4, but
Oh, I love it.
we had a great one. What was it, back in 2017? So yeah.
Pretty cool.
End of the world. End of the world.
Anything else for Ms. Whitney? Yeah, you're right. Anything else for Ms. Whitney?
Yeah, Ms. Roundtree.
Yes.
How's the landscape and lawn care going in your East Point branch?
Everything's going good. We do need the palm trees in Carabel trimmed. But everything, other than that, everything's right on schedule. The butterfly garden is coming along good too. So once I get with Ted Ruffner and see where they are with that, I'll let you know how that's coming.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Commissioner Croom, because you just brought something to my memory. You're going to need some upgrades to the East Point branch soon, right? Some upgrades, blinds, carpeting.
The Carabel branch
Needs
new carpeting throughout. The East Point branch is the main part of the building. The lobby is fine. It's the two program rooms that we use. The carpets are quite stained. And then eventually, we've been kind of patching along those 4 AC units. Aircon's been working on them. If they make it this summer, I'll be surprised. But we're trying
Trying to think of
during budget workshops, I'll bring you some quotes for air conditioners.
What branch?
That would be East Point. We recently replaced all 3 units at Carabel, so it should be fine for a while, hopefully. And then maybe some work on the exterior, you know, that hardy board of the Carabel branch at the bottom is starting to rot and deteriorate. So it's, you know, and that is not only cosmetic. Of course, we had the fire, so,
Right.
you
Well, there
know.
was some, the hardy board at one point was completely off, and all it had was the sheathing. So yeah, we definitely need to, talking about budget coming up, we need to.
Yeah, and I'll
that's why
speak
I
with
asked.
Aaron. There may be grants, you know,
Right.
out there.
I'm sure
so.
there is. It's just a matter of trying to find the right one if we qualify for it, so.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roundtree. We appreciate what you do on behalf of the county and its residents.
Thank you all.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Ted Mosteller?
Good morning, Commissioners,
Good morning.
staff. Greetings from the airport. You have my written report in front of you, I believe. I'd be glad to answer any questions. I do have a couple extra comments, though. Number A, Kimberly Horn will be here tomorrow instead of Thursday. Well, also Thursday. On D, the 9970 turn is currently at Beard in Panama City for repair. And an additional, I have labeled as G, but you don't have that. We have a new issue. Al Engel, subleasee of shops in the FBO, informed me yesterday that the HVAC system was not working properly because the ductwork appeared to be installed incorrectly. After examination, I tend to agree. I immediately contacted Stan, who had told Scott a couple weeks ago that the HVAC was not working correctly. I asked him at that time to call Gunn as in previous HVAC issues. He said he would. I had assumed that the problem was taken care of since Gunn had been there and working on it. Stan informed me that Gunn said the system was messed up and nothing was corrected and no solution was offered. So I'm currently researching to find a new HVAC company, and I'm open for suggestions.
I told Pat, he just told me about this back in the room, break. I told him we'll get with Steve, billing official, and see who he would recommend would be the next best to Gunn, to get him out there to take a look at it and see what's going on.
Well, let me ask you a question. Were they saying that it needed a replacement or needed something other than what we were asking for?
The actual refrigeration unit is correctly working. However, the ductwork, as he explained to me and as I witnessed what he told me, is just not installed right. They have to manipulate opening and closing certain doors to make certain room be cool. So I just need a professional out there to try to correct the issue so that they can work, and whatever they do in those rooms is a maintenance office, there's a supply room or warehouse room, several other little shops there. It's in part of the FBO that Al Engel is subleasing.
How long ago was this AC unit put in there?
About 20 years ago.
So it hasn't been working right the whole time? I mean, I'm trying to understand
That's
what we're
what
talking
he,
about.
That's correct.
I'm with you, sir. That's exactly what he told me. It's been like this forever.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, you know, I'm looking at, and Mr. Ted's come here and he's given us these nice informative reports. And every single time, there's something going on at that FBO. It's a roof. And I actually got on the roof with Mr. Ted one time when we had the lift. It's all messed up. The bathrooms are messed up. The air conditioning's messed up. At what point do we say enough is enough? I mean, what do we need to do to, like, this is the air conditioned units, that's a lot of money. Roofing is a lot of money. So, and I know we've had complaints from our FBO operator. What's the solution here?
Fixing the building.
But are we fixing it and patching it to break again in 3 or 4 months? Or are we fixing it, because I know this is not the first time we've had this roof leaking issue. And it says here on item number H, he apparently successfully patched the roof. But again, it didn't leak, but then, oh, wait, yep, oh, it leaked. So
Yes.
we're just
Well,
throwing
Mr.
money
Chairman.
at this stuff for
Well,
nothing.
that is why that we have a project in the mill to replace that roof
Yes.
completely.
And is that a grant from
It'll be a grant, yes, ma'am.
FDOT?
As I understand it at the moment.
Do we know when that's gonna happen? 'Cause
At
as-
the moment, not exactly.
it continues to leak, we're gonna have other issues, the
That's
flooring,
correct.
the ceiling, I mean, it's not just about
Yeah.
fixing a leak, and we're gonna have other issues to have to fix now
Yeah.
with the roof leaking.
Yes, we found out that the plumbing in the restrooms between the ladies and the men's room has been leaking for years. And I knew nothing about it, no one else knew about it, but they knew about it. And then Andrew got upset and wrote us a letter, Michael had a copy of it, complaining of some of the issues at the FBO. So I had Scott out there, we worked on it, we unplugged the sewer, which was plugged up, and backing up into the building. And then we addressed the situation, there seemed to be mold around the wall.
Well, that's-
And come to find out that the entire inside of the wall was nothing but mold.
And so
And,
again, that's why the roof leaking is gonna cause mold issue, it's gonna cause a sheet, I don't know, it's a sheet rock issue or whatever. I don't know, I'm over it, honestly.
So, let me.
I know you're over it, Mr. Ted, because I don't even see half of what y'all see.
So let me say this, so the building is an old building, let's start with that, and so maintenance was needed. What has happened, and in no disrespect to you, Ted, in any way, because you tried your best, it's been patched in the past. And so now what we're starting to do is use contractors to do the repairs correctly, as best as we possibly can. Because it was King's Plumbing that found the mold and tore, when they removed all the wall, in between the wall, I'm sorry, when they removed the wall, they saw the mold and they fixed it correctly. And that's the deal. What we need to do as the buildings get older, we need to use professional contractors to fix these problems if we want them fixed correctly, and stop patching and trying to get it working
Going
from
down.
today to tomorrow.
Right.
And that's years of this go. This is long before the current FBO's been in there, so this is not an Andrew or a centric problem. This is just the way we've done things in the past, and it needs to stop. And I'm just being as honest as I possibly can, looking at some of the repairs that were done in the past. That's it, you know? We have, as soon as the funding comes through for the new roof, it's going to get done. The leaking at that part is mostly fixed. It was another leak, that's where the confusion came in. They said, oh, it's leaking again. Well, actually, that leak was somewhere else, is what I found out.
Well, if one part of the roof's leaking, I can guarantee that there's other parts of the roof leaking.
Yes, but
so-
it actually was another building is what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Get across. But yes, commissioners, we are now, and this is something Aaron and I have both said separately to Ted and Scott. You determine what the problem is, let us know, let us get a contractor. Stop with the patching. And I'm being as honest as I possibly can, Commissioner. Stop, let's end that. They have good intentions, whoever's doing it, but we need to end that way of doing it, and let's get it fixed.
I'm gonna go with the old adage, the thing about it is, if you fix it right the first time, you don't have to worry about fixing it no more.
Yes.
If I may offer one more comment about that, we have hired commercial, professional
And they
contractors
did a good
to do
work.
the work.
Well, yes, somebody needs to be on top of it and make sure they do.
And, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, when these contractors do the work, who's going out and inspecting that it was done appropriately? I mean,
Depends on what the job is, Commissioner.
right, I know our building inspector, he
Yes.
has enough responsibility, but
Yes.
I mean, I'm not one for spending money to have to spend more money to fix something that should have been fixed the first time. And then fixed again, and then, it be not fixed, well, I don't know, I'm not gonna say the word, but nonetheless, you get my
Let me draw
point.
your attention to item number P about the paint hanger door. Another patch job. A contractor was called in to repair the door again that Scott had replaced key in the shaft just a few weeks ago, a month or so. And this contractor from Tallahassee was called in, and he gave us a bill for $1,355 to patch it. And he's ordered parts to come back and finish the job, which will probably be another $1,300 or $1,400. And I'm proposing to buy a brand-new unit for $7,500 in that neighborhood.
Mr. Chairman, who is Stan?
Stan is the FBO manager.
Does he have authorization to make calls on behalf of this county, to spend money on behalf of this county?
I was quite upset, thank you.
I don't believe, I'll leave it at this, I don't believe that was on Stan, but I'll discuss that later
Okay.
some other time. It was, I'm almost sure it wasn't Stan that made that call.
Well, whoever it was, in my opinion, and I don't know if the rest of the board agrees, nobody should be making calls to get people to come fix something at the FBO without this county, you, Aaron, somebody, knowing about it
Correct.
and get permission, because that's not their money that they're spending. It is the people of this county's money that they are spending. The people that
Correct.
use that airport's money, they are spending. So that
Yes.
infuriates me. That's all I'm gonna say about that. I know it's not on you, Mr. Ted. I know you're trying your best with what you got.
This was
or
done
what you
behind
don't
my
have,
back. I didn't know about this patch job from them.
But that's my point. He should be communicating, they should be letting us know, letting Mr. Ted know, so that Mr. Ted can let us know, so that we can proceed forward and know that these things are being fixed appropriately too. Because now this is another thing was not fixed properly, that we're having to go back and spend triple the money to repair or replace.
Yeah.
And I just, I don't like that.
Thank you.
And I hear you, Commissioner, and again, I don't want to get into the details here in a public meeting, but
Fair
how
enough.
it's being portrayed is not how it happened.
Oh, okay.
And I'll just
okay.
leave it at that.
All right, all right,
I'll leave it at that.
okay.
Can I also say something about the airport while we're talking about it? And it's no reflection on nobody or nothing, oh Lord. But, we're getting into the summer months, and the road department has one mechanic, and the, Parks and Rec Solid Waste has one mechanic. There may be times, Mr. Ted, that some of this work you're gonna have to let out, because I see several places where you mentioned that the county mechanics have prepared it and returned it, and now it's broke down again, and different things like that.
Yes.
On some of this equipment, you may have to, like you did on the first couple of ones, you may have to send them off, because the county mechanics, there ain't but two of them, and the first priority is taking care of that road department and taking care of the landfill and solid waste and all that, not only the big machines, but the small engine too. So I'm just saying that when you need a county mechanic, you may not get a county mechanic, and you may have to go out and do otherwise.
Yes, ma'am.
Because the equipment at the road department and that comes first.
Yes.
In my book, with the county mechanic.
I agree.
And I'm just saying it, that's where, I'm just, they can hardly take care of what they got now over there with just two of them. So, I'm, on my point of view, that's just my point of view too.
Okay.
And, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may say, this was in the making for over a year now. And with Scott on board, he is actually going over there and helping them do this work.
Yeah.
Originally, they were to come over to the airport and service just oil changes, greasing,
Yeah.
right down the line of the equipment. And they come anytime I really need them bad. But for this routine maintenance, they just keep putting it down the road. And we're trying to catch up for the growing season coming.
Well, what I'm just saying is, if you need the equipment faster than what the county mechanics can do it, you may have to have it sourced out.
Take it,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah, you may
One
have to
quick
have to
note,
have it
the
sourced out.
997 under D is at Beard Equipment in Panama City as we speak.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. I'm just making a statement to the commissioner on how I see things.
Well, the issue, Commissioners, with some of this stuff, it's just old.
Yep.
It's past end of life.
Well,
Yep.
And, you know, how many $1,300 bills do you have to get on a piece of equipment
Before you
when
buy
you
a new
can
one.
buy one for $8,000? How many times do you need to continue
that's right.
to sink money in something that's not going to be fixed? So that's with it. Honestly, it's just catching up with us, with the county, from being patched for 20 years. Because I can tell you right now, there's not, in the industry I deal with, there's not a mechanic I know that wants to go behind Ted, Steve, and Michael and work on your car.
That's right.
Because it's been patched on by multiple people, and they don't know what they did or didn't do, and they're not telling what they're gonna find. So some of these issues, yeah, it's good to try to do away with leaking roofs, but if it's bad, it's just bad. And no amount of going up there and patching is gonna fix it. Trust me, if it were, I know several buildings that would not continue to have leaking roofs, but still do.
Well, Mr.
Because
Chairman,
it needs a whole roof replacement. I know we're
On that-
working toward it, but that, it's just catching up with us from
Yes.
years of not being maintained.
I agree.
But the issue is, and what's kind of different, it's good that we see all this, but at some point, you gotta cut some of this stuff out and get something new.
That's,
Because I am kind of like some of the rest of the commissioners up there, I'm tired of talking about something that don't work. Let's put that thing out to auction or go throw it away at the landfill and get something that does work.
Well, this equipment we're talking about here is part of the buildings.
Yeah.
The motorized operator for that hangar door is just a, like I say, mechanized operator. It's got a motor in it, you run power to it, it's got a big wheel that tracks you.
So let me ask you a question, Mr.
Sure.
Ted. To be fair, has all this transpired since the last time we met?
All that I bring up, it's not on that report, yes,
So
sir.
none of these issues existed 2 weeks ago?
The restroom did. It's been going on now for a couple months.
I would feel that probably 3/4 of these
Yeah.
are ongoing issues.
Yeah, and
That's
the
the
HVAC
point I'm
system.
trying to make.
Yes, sir. The HVAC system, I just brought to my attention, they were having real trouble with it
Yeah.
yesterday.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, just so we can categorize this, the roof, Commissioner Ward, it's something that we are about to put out, if I'm not mistaken, to bid. We're working on that. The reason why we had called Fisher in, to my knowledge, and Michael can back this up, is because we had an immediate issue.
Right.
And that's why we just put a patch on it this time. But we do have that funding from AFCON is getting that. The problem is the wheels of government, you know, but also with the, like the equipment, and me and Mr. Ted's met about this, you know, we got that auction coming up. Now's the time to rejuvenate our equipment, so to speak. And I know we've discussed that. This may be a good time for you, the board, Scott, everybody to get together and revamp that list. I mean, if we've got a piece of equipment that's gonna continue to give us trouble, it's what me and you was discussing, it's time to, you know, put it to the pasture, auction it off, and let's try to get some of that money back in to where we can buy some equipment. No, it's not gonna buy new equipment, but if you get rid of a few pieces, you might be able to replace something. So I just stressed before this auction coming up, when's the date on that?
Oh, is it May?
It's in May, isn't it?
I think it's in May.
That's something we really need to be looking at with this equipment. And that is some discussions that's being made, by the way. But again, you know, I agree with Commissioner Ward on the door. If somebody is authorizing a service to be done outside of our knowledge, we need to obviously get a handle on that. But at the end of the day, you know, the FBO hangar, we're leasing that out to a tenant. I mean, if you're renting a house and your house, you're getting rain pouring on your head when you go into bed, who you calling? You calling the landlord.
Yeah.
We're the landlord. We need to address it, especially that bathroom situation. I spoke with Franklin King, with King Plumbing myself, and when he got in there, he said there was just numerous little patches on that water line, copper, you know, patches. And he told me about the mold. He said, I don't know really what it's going to extend. You know, this is just from the male side. He said, once we get in there, I don't know how far it's going to go. You know, at some point, yeah, we got to quit doing it, especially stuff like that. We need to look at it from more of a business standpoint. I've said this before. You know, for years the airport was a hobby airport, and that's not a bad thing because it kept it vital at the time. But now we're moving more into a commercial side where we have a lot of use coming in that airport with tourists coming in, whatnot. We need to help our tenants maintain a certain image, because if you get off a flight, what's the first, or a long drive for that matter, what's the first thing you're gonna do? Everybody's running to the bathroom. When you walk in there in the bathroom, you got tape across urinals, you got, you know, it just looks awful. That's the first impression you're getting on Franklin County. So, you know, yeah, it's time to quit patching. Let's get, especially them high points, we need to hit it. And again, we're dealing with buildings that are very old. You know, I'm not asking for miracles, but I echo the sentiment about let's get some professional stuff in there and let's get it done and get it. And I'm not knocking anybody. I mean, I appreciate everything that everybody's done in the past, but you know, a lot of these professional companies have equipment we don't have, and they can do it. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Just one question directed at Commissioner Amison. All that equipment that's out there on that airport, y'all, or whoever, y'all go through it, and if you don't need it, stick it to the side, auction. Next thing, auction. If you wasting your time trying to keep a mower going, throw that thing to the auction. You may end up with nothing, but you can go buy you some new stuff with the money that you get.
Commissioner Sanders, I promise we've been having these discussions.
Huh?
We've been having these discussions.
Because, I mean, you just can't throw good after bad. I mean, you can't. You can't just do that. I mean, because you're not going to get nowhere. And it's like you said, you know, years ago we had that little, what was that? Oh, was it an Escort, Ford Escort wagon? That is the first thing that they see coming off that plane, because it's parked out there to carry them up to the stores and stuff. And that thing, it was awful. But
That's what we're getting at. I mean, what good's it doing if it's not working and the grass is growing? And also now, as far as there's routine maintenance, and then there's breakdowns.
Yes.
Breakdowns is what we're concerned with. The routine maintenance obviously needs to happen, but that's just, I mean, the oil change.
Yeah.
But we're just talking about the equipment that is not, I mean, it's just, you know, you cut one day and then you're 3 weeks with it down repairing. That's what we're kind of getting at, is if it's in that situation, let's upgrade it.
Okay.
Because you're gonna lose more time and money doing that. I mean, if you take yourself and Scott and you're both obligated to work on this one piece of equipment for 4 days out of the week, well, you just lost four days out of the work week. You're not getting anything done. That grass, and you know it very well out there, you've got acres of grass. It's continuing to grow. Every time it rains and every time the good Lord opens that sun up, here she goes again.
Here she goes. You can sit out there and watch it grow.
And that's what I think Commissioner Sanders and the rest of us are saying.
Sure.
If we need to get that, we need to auction this stuff off that we're having to piecemeal together, and let's get some good equipment, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you hit on one thing there. The reason we have multiple pieces of equipment is if one breaks down, you have another one to work with. And we have 2 tractors, same
In
situation.
some cases, we got 3 pieces of equipment, and, you know, 2 would be sufficient, but
Yes.
anyway, I'm gonna quit beating that horse.
Well, Mr. Chairman, on that same note, just like Mr. Ted said, and I spoke at this ad nauseum too at other meetings, is what good is a new piece of, bright, shiny new piece of equipment if we're exposing it to the elements? That's a lot of the issue with the equipment we have, is it's been not maintained. For one, it's old. 2, 3, it's been housed in the elements, or it's not been housed appropriately. It's been exposed to the elements, inclement weather. You know, our saltwater environment wreaks havoc on anything and everything. So what's the good in getting equipment if we don't have something to house it? And I saw item Q, y'all are working on that, but let's work on that too, is getting something to put all this hopefully newer equipment under, so that we don't have this repetitive process and repetitive issue.
Yes. Steve will have a few words to say about that coming up, I think.
Mr. Chair, I got something.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
One thing quickly, Mr.
Yes,
Ted,
sir.
on item T as in Tango, working on radio situation for Scott. What situation is that?
Okay, Scott, we had a almost incident out there. He was working on the runways, running the sweeper, and an aircraft came in and they didn't see each other, and the aircraft went around. There's no danger really, it's just that the aircraft had to divert his landing, go around and land again. And in the meantime, Scott got off the runway. He needs a radio in that vacuum truck, and that's what I'm referred to there. And he needs, when he's using the 0 turns, he needs a ear muffs for the sound. So we're working on that. It's been a long haul since I came on board, and we're nibbling.
I remember talking about it when I first came on the board, and it's just like, I know the wheels of government turn slow, but what they don't understand is it's costing us money in the meanwhile, and I don't know. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and also, as far as the equipment, the board has been working very hard on trying to solve the problem. Attorney Schuler got the eviction notice out to the person with the helicopter hangar, so hopefully shortly Ted's equipment will be in there temporarily. And also, we had a meeting with AvCon, and he went back to the FDOT, and I think we're gonna have $500,000 on next year's budget to build a building for housing the airport equipment. As far as repairs, when repairs are done at that site in the future, we should get 2 estimates, and we should get a warranty and a description of what was done. I have no problem fixing a motor in an overhead door if the guy says what he did, what was replaced, and we get a guarantee, rather than spending another $8,000, $9,000. The equipment at the site, 100%, there is more time being wasted working on that derelict equipment that I'm asking today. Part of my report was for a workshop to be held at the site with the AOED board, a member of the commission, and the airport manager to survey all the equipment and come up with a list with what needs to be gone. And if we do move around some equipment and auction off stuff, we'll have money to replace what's there. So anyway, I'm going to get back on, and it's just what you said earlier, Jessica, that stuff's been out in the elements forever. I'm coming like a broken toy today. I forgot my hearing aid and I forgot my reading glasses, but I'm going to make do with it. The USDA, we got, and thank you for letting us do it before the commission meeting, we got a $2.5 million request for earmark for USDA funds to take care of the hangar complex, phase 1 at the site. Everything looks good. I called over to Washington, they received it, and that's on track, and we'll stay on top of that. The shelter for airport equipment, I just went over. We had a meeting at the site with the vice commander of Eglin Air Force Base. Commissioner Jones was there, myself, the airport manager, Tom Mesher, and a representative from Centric. It was a very good meeting. He wasn't as supportive as his boss was, but that's his job, not to be as supportive as his boss was. But we're going to look to Tyndall Eglin for some help in the future. We'd like to, and I don't know how we could do this, Michael, we'd like to have an AOED workshop at the site to evaluate that equipment. How do we do that?
I didn't know you were talking to this Michael. I thought you were talking to that Michael.
Okay.
Commissioners, in lieu of talking about it publicly, I can get with Steve and give him all the instructions he needs on how to convene a workshop. I mean, are you wanting county commissioners there, or is this just for the AOED?
We're talking about the AOED going down to the site. They're all aviation people. Look at all the equipment with Ted, let him explain what's going on, have Scott there.
Okay, we'll do it after the meeting. I mean, no need taking up time during the meeting. It's pretty straightforward. We'll make sure it gets taken care of.
So we can do that?
With proper notice, sure.
Okay, that's fabulous. We'll talk to Michael, Mr. Marone about that to set it up. Also, I don't know if we could bring it up on the computer, Michael, the website that we put together. We're going to MRO America next week, and we wanted to have something to show potential people who may be interested in the airport. So 2K Web, Town and Sterling put together something real quick to put up on the county website, and we made up some business cards that we'll pass out at the site, myself and Tom Mesher, to try to get people interested in the airport. One part of it is we have a video that was made up a couple of years back, a marketing video for the site. We also have CFAS, which is an organization overseeing all the airports on the Panhandle. They created a piece that is phenomenal about economic impact. If you scroll down, the first link, Michael, could you click on that? About Apalachicola Regional Airport. So this is what the people will see when they log on to the website. If you could scroll up a little bit, it shows the area, and it shows the projected economic impact of the airport locally if we scroll a little further. And that's from CFAS. That's one thing that's on there. If you go back out of that, I'll show them the other part. A couple of years back, we had Opportunity Florida put together a package
to lure a company into the site. All the facts that are in that package are still correct with a company with 50 or more employees, educational facility with a national shortage of aircraft mechanics and pilots, and that school could generate those people. It'd be a lot easier to lure an airframe company into that site to tap into the skilled workforce coming out of the school. So George is working on that, and I think it would give kids in the area a future in the county. T-hanger license agreements. We've come up with a tentative license agreement that we're going to get over to Attorney Schuler this week to review potentially for a vote for the next meeting. The license agreement, the county will be the licensee, and the tenants at the site renting the T-hangers will be the licensor. Next thing down was Tyndall Air Force Base. They're excited about putting the training equipment here. They met with Ted last week. I couldn't make the meeting. And their real property division came up with a license agreement, which is basically a boilerplate agreement. Attorney Schuler looked at it. He made a bunch of points. I got hold of the real property officer, and I'm going to get that over to him, and he's going to come back with an amended agreement for the attorney. And Attorney Schuler, would that be okay if he addresses all that? And
It would be wonderful if they would, but I'm not sure they will.
I think they will.
Cool.
There's only one part of that, and if I could bring it to all of our attention, I just wanted to ask you, there's one part in that agreement that says that if, there's no way they're going to have a environmental spill at the site where they're putting the equipment, because there's nothing environmental. But it's just a piece of electronic equipment. But that's a standard thing that they ask for. If they create a spill, they're responsible for it. But they asked on the flip side, if the county creates an environmental issue, that the county's responsible for it. If they won't delete the paragraph, would it be all right to leave that paragraph?
And a second from Commissioner Kroon. Any further discussion, Commissioners? About making this area expanded parking at the airport, potentially? All right, seeing no more discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous.
Oh, that's wonderful, because we desperately need that. I felt terrible the last meeting, people parking on the grass. The thing you were talking about today.
Hold on just a second,
Go ahead.
Steve. Sorry.
Real quick, Stephen, I hate to interrupt you, but just so that we're aware of that, the actual parking lot that's over, you can't see it in this picture, but that's Centric's in control of that short-term parking, and that's part of their FBO agreements.
I don't disagree with what the AOD has recommended at all. I
Right.
really don't. But I don't think we need to have a motion to do maintenance.
Okay, so that should be
That's-
regular upkeep at
Yes,
the
it should
site?
be. Yeah, sure as they can get to it where we're doing less patching and more maintenance, the better off we all are. Yes, sir.
Oh, that's wonderful. So I guess they'll be going through the buildings one at a time, looking at them.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
the last,
Sending information at the same time that the county's sending it. That's,
And I would say that
Well, because all that stuff needs to be verified, checked.
yes.
Appropriate, you know what I mean?
Is he asking, or you're asking for, I think what he's asking for is just a report, just like the hospital board gets a quarterly financial report. Is that what you're asking for?
that's
or-
one thing, and the other thing is, Tom, to be able to oversee the need and demand for the T-hangers, because right now, and nothing bad about Centric, but business is business.
Reporting, there might be an issue, and the last thing you need to have is information that is somehow incomplete or unverified out in the public.
I
Because
just
you're
want-
gonna act on what's unverified and out in the public.
Right.
I'm not good with it.
I'm just, if I heard different, please tell me, but that's what I heard.
And I may have misinterpreted too, because it says here, AOD is aware of the real-time finance of the airport and can make educated recommendations, but then sort of an interface with the county's fiscal manager, like I don't want, see, I maybe misinterpreted it, but, and thank you for the clarification, but if we do that, then who's to say that interface?
Ready to pump at that time and compare it that way.
And give it to the county. We'll give the numbers to the county. The airport manager, that's something that airport manager does in an airport, to monitor the fuel consumption. And also the business with the hangars, if, well, I
think
just want to make sure our hangars are full, that's all.
I think the hangar situation is, again, more simply put, is basically having a conversation with Centric and saying, okay, so we want to make sure that our hangars are being promoted as much as your hangar space. You know, how do we go about doing that? We come to agreement, come somewhere where we all agree, basically, and we move forward with that. Okay, let me just say what I don't like. There's giving an overtone of a lack of trust. We have to stop that, because we're trying to all work together here. You know, don't get me wrong, there has to be check and balance.
I didn't,
No, it's-
Commissioner Amison phrased it correctly.
Yes.
As Otis said, it was a miscommunication.
That's all right.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Well-
say one thing, just so we're communicating, the board, that USDA, let me back up on that right quick. That'd be the first item on Steve's report. Just so you guys know, I was part of that meeting with Mr. Dean, myself, Mr. Kirchenbaum, and we was unaware of that deadline. Because obviously, if we would have knew that deadline was approaching that quickly, we would have came here. So, for the 2.5 million.
Yes.
So that deadline hit us like right then. He called me, he's like, look, we got till Friday, what do we do? So I called Mr. Morone. Mr. Morone said we can go ahead and submit the application. We can come in, and we did that following Tuesday and touched on it. So I just wanted y'all to know that was something that kind of hit us all real quick. We didn't want to miss that $2.5 million opportunity. And also in that, Mr. Kirchenbaum alluded earlier that he went around, you all know his personality. I call it, he's bulldogged him, but he goes back and calls the federal department to make sure that they got the email, because undoubtedly he wants to make sure the county email's working.
With them for some reason.
Well,
MROs. I'm like,
Yeah, between that and dealing with somebody that handles economic development, they also don't, they've not said this, I'm just reading through how they react, and I've said this before. Triumph doesn't seem to have an appetite to deal with commissions.
no.
They want to deal with somebody that does economic development on behalf of the commission, and they're good with that model all day long, because that's how everybody else is operating.
Sure enough.
So I think that's going to help us as well.
I just know in those conversations, specifically with the airport, if we get an MRO commitment,
Yes,
that just pretty much solidifies the deal.
yes, it does, it does.
Well, too, with that, Mr. Chairman, it also puts our name out there. I mean,
It does. It does.
we've been more vocal here in recent months, because we've made ourselves known to the Capitol, from the legislative level to airport to everything. So I think that's very important.
Yeah, and Commissioner, to highlight that, last Thursday, when we were at the Regional Planning Council meeting that we had in Tallahassee, Mr. Richard Williams was there. He usually attends the meetings because of his involvement in the region with Opportunity Florida, and he said, look, just so.
So that's the first one.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board with that?
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? Under discussion, Ms. Lynn, thank you for bringing this forward. It's an excellent idea, because one thing I can promise you we have learned here the hard way is you cannot over communicate. And the biggest issue with tourism is it's every week it's a new group of people.
Yes.
So every week you're starting fresh. They need educating and knowing what's in place, why it's in place,
Right.
and to be able to, so thank you.
Sure.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, one thing I got before we vote, Michael, contact Michelle Darple down there at Alligator Point. She's a Turtle Patrol down there, and see if they would like to have some of those signs down there. We don't have any public accesses much down there. We've
Right.
only got two.
And we've
That's
talked
what's
about
supposed
putting
to-
a sign at Carabel too, because they're getting turtles there now too.
Okay.
But I always like to go through Michelle, because she knows. But anyway, and check and see if she would like some of the signs too, two of the signs to go down there.
Okay.
Okay?
And just
Thank
let
you,
me
Mr.
know,
Chairman.
Michael.
I sure
Sure
will.
will.
Okay.
Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead, Ms. Wilder.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And the next real quick item is I'm representing the Sea Turtle Patrol and to Keep Franklin County Beautiful. And this is something that's been tried at other beaches. We know that just from being on the Turtle Patrol, that toys are a big deal in the summertime, and they're just left there. And we pick them up, and then there's more toys they're not the same toys. So other beaches have established
seconds by Commissioner Amison and second by Commissioner Ward. Any further discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Welcome to the game, Ms. Lockwood.
Welcome.
Welcome to P&Z and A.
She
All right.
just don't know what she got to do. No, she does know.
She'll
She
find
knows.
out.
She
She'll
knows.
find out.
She knows. She
I'm
knows.
slowly learning that she's everywhere. Go to the canvassing board, she's tucked in there.
Yeah.
The Commissioners, moving on to item 2 of the last 2 meetings, the board discussed changes to the TDC membership procedure. Attorney Schul is going to present these proposed changes for discussion and approval here shortly. With that said, there are 2 members serving with expired terms, or one of them soon to be expired. And there are 2 members who may not be available for the next scheduled TDC meeting, which could create a quorum issue. I suggest the board authorize staff to advertise based on the Florida statute and TDC membership procedures that you should approve later on for interested candidates to fill these seats, and the seats that have members that are serving the expired terms, not the latter of the 2 seats that I talked about. All application packets will be turned in at the clerk's office, then open and read aloud here at your regular meeting, similar to what we did with the airport board. At that time, the board would forward the application packets to a committee for review. After reviewing, the committee will send a recommendation to this board for your consideration and appointment. So I just need board action to authorize staff to advertise for interested candidates to serve on your TDC board.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Hmm?
Where in this is the process that the TDC does? You know, because usually this is the job of the TDC. So are we taking that right now away from them because we need to have the appointment?
I don't know that we're taking it away from them. I do like the idea of us knowing all the names.
Oh, yeah, I know. I
This
don't have no
commission
problem with
knowing the
that.
names.
I don't have no problem with that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying,
I
though?
do.
And
Yeah, 'cause
then
at
the
the end of the
other,
day, it's just a recommendation anyway.
then the other thing, are we opening it up for applications from around the county? Or how are we doing this? Because, and I'm gonna have to go ahead and say what I need to say. And, you know, at the last meeting, Commissioner Ward brought up the subject of Alligator Point, and a statement was made if Lanark or Alligator Point or somebody like that wants to be on there, then they can look at the city of Carabel for appointment. That's wrong. That's wrong. Now, that's just, there's no way about it. If somebody from Lanark, I mean, because you got to look, you got Lanark, St. James Bay, Summer Camp, St. Teresa, and Alligator Point. Alligator Point told the board they didn't want no TDC dollars spent on advertisement of the public beaches down there because there's no public beaches at Alligator Point. That's the only thing that was said. But to completely leave from Carabel to Alligator Point out, y'all realize that's over a third of the county? See what I'm saying, y'all? I mean, and my question is, are we gonna open those seats and that advertisement up for all of the county, the people in the county to do the applications? Or are we gonna do 2 from Carabel, 2 from, and I'm just going back. Yeah, 2 from Carabel, 2 from Appalachia, 2 from East Point, and 2 from St. George Island. What are we gonna do? Because I can tell you that I'm not gonna sit here and not allow, if we're gonna allow that kind of representation, I'm not gonna sit here as a commissioner of District 2 that comprises all of that except for the eastern half of Carabel and say, no, we're not gonna have that because it's just not fair. And that's the way I feel about it. I'm very disheartened at the thought that we would only look at those areas that were named and not consider from Carabel East to Alligator Point and the other areas I named. Because that encompasses all the way to the Liberty County lines, that encompasses the 2 Wakulla County lines. So that's what I'm feeling. So we're gonna have to fix this. in some way. I know down in later, I think you're gonna have something, Mr. Schuler.
We've
but-
already started it now. But go
Huh?
ahead. We've already started now, but go ahead.
I know, but Ricky, this is important to me.
It is important.
It is very
It
important.
is. It's extremely important.
Because whether I like Alligator Point or not, whether I care for Lanark or not, I was put back on this board to represent that district. And when the representation is not fair in this county to certain people, I am going to rise up and say something about it. And it's not fair. Now, I'm just telling you, it's not fair.
And that's exactly why we're discussing it, Commissioner. That's exactly
Please
what's
don't.
brought it to the point it is, because it isn't fair. And it hasn't been fair for a long time.
And I don't have nothing to do with that because I've been, I was gone. But the thing about it is when I come on this board in November 2022, I took an oath to represent everybody. And I took an oath to put and have it fair across the board. And if we do it like everybody has said, it's like I said, won't you just take the county commission, put it there, two cities thing, and then just pick from all over the county. The criteria for the seats are already in the 125, chapter 125, parenthesis 4. So, I mean, but I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna uprise if we don't do this fairly and equitably.
Well,
And that's the way I
Commissioner,
feel.
what's brought this forward is the fact that it hasn't been being done fairly and equitably.
And it may not have been, but I'm not gonna sit here and let you all and me and whoever else take and unjustly not allow somebody from little old Lanark.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Mhm, okay.
All right, Commissioner Sanders, I understand your point, but now let me just ask you this. Okay, with the TDC criteria for board members, doesn't it have to be a business? I mean, this isn't just somebody that lives down there that's retired. It doesn't have any income based on around tourism or anything. This is looking for representation that the TDC is actually, business-wise.
Well, they used to have a representative from Alligator Point.
I'm not saying that they hadn't. What I'm getting at is whenever I look at the TDC, the same way we advertise, say with the airport, we use that for example. We look for applicants that have certain criteria. Well, then, number one, they were aviation related, business related, stuff like that. I'm not asking, or I'm not, or any of the rest, I don't believe, is asking that we don't represent someone equally. But what I'm getting at is there business, I don't know any businesses down Alligator Point. Is there a gas station down there?
That don't have anything to do with it. That don't have anything to do with it.
What I'm asking you is what does have something to do with it? Is
It's
there a
got-
rental company down there?
Rental property.
Is that property routed through a company that's on St.
Yeah.
George Island?
I don't know.
See, that's what I'm saying. The rental agency that's probably contracted out with Alligator
You got-
Point is actually sitting on
You got
St.
a lot
George
of
Island.
you got a lot of individual people that own.
Like Airbnbs and
Hold
stuff?
on, Otis. You got a lot of people down there at the island. I mean, you got a lot of people down at the point that owns multiple management houses, and they do it themselves.
Yep. And let me tell you though, in that state statute, that only, was it 3 or no more than 4 can be actual collectors of the tax. So if you,
Well, you won't be able, what I'm trying to say is if you're gonna open up the process to everybody, that's fine. But if you're not gonna open up the process and you're gonna say, okay, we're only gonna take 2 from East Point, 2 from Carabel, 2 from Apalachicola, and 2 from St. George Island, then that's like closing it down. Don't worry about sending it to you from Lanark or anything. I just want to be fair and right. And right now, unless something goes on, it seems like it's not fair.
You're
And
right. You're 100% right.
And it's not, and that's what I'm saying, and
Yep.
I'll be the first one to tell you
You've already
that.
been living there.
That's right, that's right. And I'm not doing this to cause no problems or nothing, it's just how it feels in my heart, and how I know it's in my mind, you know what I mean? And that's where I'm coming from. So if you've got, that's what I said, is the application gonna be opened up countywide?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think it should, but just, and I know that the statute we're gonna be talking about this in a minute, but the statute says any collector of the tax. Well, that implies an Airbnb and a VRBO, because
Yeah.
they pay the tax to the Department of Revenue.
Yeah.
They
So-
better be, yes.
So that's my point. We're not excluding them, and they don't have to go be right out through a management company. They can be their own individual. Like, if I had a
That's what I
house
was saying.
and wanted to rent it out, I could go through VRBO, but yet I have to pay the tax to the Department of Revenue for the TDC, that goes towards the TDC tax. And then they disperse the tax back to the county for the TDC tax money. So I feel like personally, and I agree with you, Commissioner Sanders, that we do need to open it up to everybody. And I think that probably will be addressed under Michael Schuler's report about the 222 thing, because again, like I said last time, I don't think it's fair either. I'll be honest with you, it'll be interesting to see, and I know we still are preliminary with all this, how many applicants we actually get from each area of the county of people that are interested in this personally. But at the end of the day, we may wind up with 4 applicants, none of them from each one of our areas, and that's fine. But that's the whole point of this process, is to make it more fair, make it less lopsided, to where we do get representation. That's my interpretation of it anyway. Get more representation, or fair representation of other areas of the county. Although St. George Island, they say, is the biggest provider of the tax, and I get that. But again, I think that what you're wanting, Michael, is just to authorize us to advertise. It's not going to say has to be 2 from Alligator Point, 2 from Carabel, 2 from Appalachia. It's not specifying or indicating.
The ad will be based on the statute and whatever you approve on Attorney Schuler's item that comes up later. That's what the ad is.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be,
Mr. Chairman, can I just put this out there?
Unless y'all
Okay, these
do
2
something.
seats that's coming open, right?
at large, right?
Yep.
So we can, that's the good thing about opening up to everybody. We can get all the applications and pick ones that are meet the criteria. I mean, I could throw one in there if I wanted to, which I wouldn't hypothetically, but I don't meet any of those requirements, so my application is gonna get thrown in the garbage. And I'm okay with that, but that's the whole point of this, is I don't think that, and I know, cause I was reading through the statute, and it is kinda confusing, because, how do we know, again, we have to vet these people to know that they do have the background that meets the requirements, and that's the only way I know to do it.
So if you look at it the way Otis is looking at it, for all these years when the Chambers of Commerce have been sitting on there, they didn't really meet the criteria.
Exactly, that's why I'm trying to get rid of them.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's exactly
That's
why
what
I've
I'm
been sitting here
saying.
for 2 months trying to get rid of those chamber appointments, because not only that, it muddies up the water ethically.
But now, let me ask you this, I'm gonna play the devil's advocate. Let's say the two cities of, the cities of Carabel and Apalachicola has an appointment, okay? An extra appointment besides the one for the mayor or the city commissioner. Let's say the city of Apalachicola decides they want the Chamber of Commerce. Let's say the city of Carabel decides they want the Chamber of Commerce. So what is this board gonna do about it?
And that's whenever
I
this
think
board
we're-
should
I
say,
think we're
we got another
misunderstanding
ethical
each
issue right there. You see?
Yeah, I think we're
And it's not-
misunderstanding each
I'm
other.
sorry, Mr. Chairman, but it's not the city of Carabel giving us that appointment.
No.
That's us making that appointment. From those
That's the
applicants
area.
from that area. That's not the city of Appalachia or the
They
city of
said-
anybody, that's us.
I think there's some
Yeah.
misinterpretation,
Okay.
because the way I'm looking at it is, we get all these applicants, we can fill through the applicants, like the AOED board we did, we had how many applicants?
Yeah.
And it's kind of a tongue
Yeah,
twister.
it rolls off the tongue,
But,
doesn't it?
But we vetted those applicants,
Yeah.
and the
Yes.
ones that we felt like didn't qualify under the
Yes.
parameters that we set forth, we
Yeah.
told them, sorry, but your application's going in the garbage, and we
Yeah.
picked the ones that we thought were the most qualified,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
I understand everything, but I want to just say that I want to make sure that it's fair all the way across the board.
I think we're all.
And it may not be
Let me play devil's advocate, Mr. Chairman,
Hold on.
and Commissioner
Let me
Sanders.
finish
Go
the
on,
thought.
sorry. I'm
Finish
not
the
It
trying to-
may not be two from Carabel and two from Appalachia, like y'all put in there. It may be one from Appalachia and another one, you don't never know who those.
That's what I was getting at. I'm just gonna play devil's advocate to that, is what we may wind up with is 5 from St. George Island. If we go at large, because they're, honestly, they're the applicants that's gonna be most qualified that meet the criteria as far as their businesses being affected by tourism. And that's what I was getting at earlier. That's why I was wanting to try to do a
Well, when y'all-
4-2s. That way
but
it
when you-
does at least give some semblance
Spreads it
of
out,
equal
yeah.
representation.
But this is the reason why I'm waiting on to see Mr. Schuler and his explanation
ran.
on what he's doing. I know.
We're not
But
allowed to
y'all,
run.
you know where my heart's at, I want to make sure that
They're
everybody
making
is
fun of you. They said
represented.
you ran, you weren't coming back.
And I want
Yes.
to make sure that it's fair
I got
and
this.
above
I'm gonna
board.
get some water.
Yes.
He's fixing to have to get
Yeah.
into it.
Yeah.
But-
We noticed
And
you
by all
left.
means, I understand what you're saying,
when-
and I wanna
no,
make sure
but-
that you know
but-
that.
when you clarified it, when y'all did it, when Michael brought it up at the last meeting, and it was 2 from Island, 2 from East Point, 2 from Carabel, 2 from Apalachicola, and of course, the county commissioner, then it looked like to me that it was not, in fact, I think that's the reason why Jessica brought it up, that she was concerned about it, and I brought it up, I was concerned about it. Because there may not be no restaurants or anything, but there are VRBOs and Airbnbs, and you've got some real estate companies, pretty big, substantial ones in that area of the county.
And let me say, maybe what was missed is when I put in it, I said, from the mayor, the elected official, and I said
Yeah.
another one from the Carabel area. To me, that Carabel area is wherever you guys decide is the right
Yeah,
area.
Carabel area is Carabel.
That was my
And-
intention.
And nobody said, Mr. Chairman, that we're doing the 2-2-2 thing. Nobody
Yeah,
said
no.
that. That's what we're gonna discuss on Attorney Schuler's report. So that's
Okay.
not been said.
So
So I
they-
think the only thing right now is, Mr. Marone's asking is for us to be able to advertise, because if not, we're not gonna have a quorum for the next TDC meeting.
Very
which-
possible.
Yeah, we
Which
do.
is,
We have to have
you know,
100%
an
attendance
issue.
to have a quorum.
Well, Once,
So-
It's
once
the
y'all
17th,
approve this,
right?
then I want to be able to run the
Yeah,
ad
but
based on
next
what you
week.
approve. That's all I
As far
was
as I
asking.
know, both the board members said they would extend till we
That's
get
good.
this
Yeah.
hammered out.
That's
So-
good, because I'm
That's
telling
what
you,
he said.
we would,
That's what he said.
we would real easy with the, and, sorry, we had nothing to do with it, but with the mayor resigning her post and Mr. Pennycuff still in the hospital, we were looking at if there weren't anybody extending their seats or staying there until we go through this process, then you're down to 5 members where you have to have 5.
Yeah.
That's 100% attendance. And we didn't have one last month for medical reasons, so we really need to have one this month to get things going. But
Yeah.
if we don't have a quorum, we don't have a quorum. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to authorize the advertisement for these.
hey, there we go. We do have a motion on the floor to approve this advertisement. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous.
All right, Commissioners, we already did item 3 and item 4. Thank you guys for getting me that ahead of time. The peddler's resolution, I'm sorry that the young lady isn't here, left earlier. So, and you guys already said it. We approved that resolution. That prohibited where they could peddle a vendor, their wares, whatever it was, with the resolution. Then we talked about a concept for a vendor's cove, a vendor's plaza. We
need to have a discussion is, if we're gonna create an area, then it's gonna be in an area. And we might start the bids out at 25,000 a year or something for a spot, but there's gotta be a way to address it, if we're going to address it. We can't give it away.
Yeah.
We can't change every right-of-way for a prime piece of real estate that the county just happens to own. I'm sorry. That's a bad idea. And I'm not opposed to vendors. It's not what I'm saying. But we're in this mess, so we gotta find a way through it.
Mr. Chairman, I went out there on St. George Island, actually on Saturday, because I wanted one of the busiest days to kind of get a layout of the land. There were, in the area that we decided from the last meeting for vendors to be, and there was, I believe, 2 food trucks there at the time, and this is probably around lunchtime. And I understand, the thing is the area, and I think there was a lot of confusion, the area that I guess they thought that they were gonna have to be at, really and truly, if you, depend on how big the food truck is, you can only put at most 3 or 4 food trucks there.
That's right.
And then you got an issue with them parking there. But with that being said, if we're gonna hold these peddlers accountable for being on the right of way on Franklin Boulevard, then we also need to hold accountable all the parking that's going along there. I don't know if they're parking and going across to shop at the Pig, if they're employees of the Pig, or what have you, but, you know, what's good for one is good for all. And we need to make sure, and that's an enforcement issue, and I get that, but as Commissioner Amison said earlier, FDOT said that we couldn't have that. So if they can't be there, then the parking needs to go away. The people that are parking there needs to go away as well. Also, I know that this is focused on the island, but you know, there are food trucks in other areas of the county. I know some of them are on private, and I explained this to somebody that was saying this earlier, was, you know, most of the food trucks, like in Carabel, for example, are on private property. So that's not an issue. I haven't had any personal issues. I don't know if you have, from people in Carabel complaining. I think the biggest issue from St. Georgina is because it's more directed at St. Georgina, because there's more food trucks on St. Georgina wanting to park on public right-of-way, on county property, whereas in Carabel area in Appalachia, it's more or less on private property. So I think the biggest thing, what we need to understand too is, you know, safety. A lot of people don't realize, and again, I'm all for the peddlers by all means, but we have to also make sure that everybody else is safe. But also, that being said, and I know I use this word a lot, I know some people don't like this word, but maybe perhaps a workshop would be a better way to help. That way we can get the peddlers that have the licenses, that do this every day, come in, because I can understand the complaint or concern earlier where if you have, you know, 4 food trucks selling the same thing, you know, it's a competition thing, and I get that, whereas they're all spread out, which I don't know if a workshop setting might benefit everybody in the community so that we can get input from the peddlers, in addition to citizens, in addition to, I don't know, business owners. So I'm just going to throw that out there to see if, I know we've already made, you know, the resolution, but things are always apt to change. And it's like when Ms. Walter was up there a while ago with that box, you know, if it don't work, there's ways to fix it. We can always go back and revisit it, try to figure out a better way. But those are just my thoughts.
Yeah, I think the key would be, if we get multiple locations that they can be at, is to have a workshop then and say, okay, how do y'all feel about these 2 or 3 different locations? Then we get a better understanding about how they feel, and, you know. But, so, who was on here? Remember the last time we talked about peddlers in the room filled up? Were you 2?
I was here. That was about 3 months in.
3 months in.
Commissioner Sanders was here.
3 months in.
Yeah, you remember that? Yeah.
Hour and a half.
So let me
Hour
tell you.
and a half. Oh, yes, sir.
Okay,
Hour and a half, and that's the public comment.
Short story. So what it was, I got a lot of complaints from what is referred to the brick and mortar store owners and stuff. Oh, you know, the peddlers, it's an injustice, blah, blah,
Not
blah.
paying taxes.
They pay taxes, blah, blah. I said, okay. I said, if that's the case, I don't know if it was a workshop or I don't know my report, I can't remember what it was. Anyway, so I brought it up. I said, commissioners, here are the complaints. Now, what really got me, commissioners, is that not one brick and mortar store owner stood up at that podium and say, well, yeah, we're one of the ones that did not want the peddlers there. In fact, there were 2 of them that stood up and said, why are you guys bothering the peddlers?
Yeah, they were.
Y'all remember that?
Oh,
I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
So, I've kind of learned my lesson with that situation. Right? If you're gonna complain about something, own it. Don't make it seem like it's a board, because nobody on the board like this board, has an issue with peddlers. But we need to do something better for them and for the safety of their customers and everybody else around them.
And Mr. Chairman,
You know?
I want to address the question. How many permits have we sold?
Since, there was one prior to the last meeting, and since the last meeting, like 3 or 4 more. I checked with Courtney this morning.
So, Mr. Chairman, too, another thing is, you know, we as the board too, like, I know sometimes we have to address things because we're getting complaints and concerns, and I don't know who's, you know, I know this has apparently been an issue since 3 months of you being on the board, but, you know, we have to kind of act on things too, for safety, for one, for two, and I know that the people complaining, we got to, I don't want to say pacify them, but how can I say this? I think the biggest thing is we have to address any and all issues, and it's not that we're punishing anybody, because I do see the peddlers' concern, but I also see if people are complaining, I see their concerns too. I especially see the concern with Franklin Boulevard, because that was dangerous. I mean,
Yeah.
even with people parking across there, going back and forth, you know, that's a dangerous situation. And if you got a food truck there and you got people parked trying to go up, place an order for food or to get whatever, it can get very congested as you enter the island. So I see that part, but I just want the public to know we can always change things, we can always remedy things, we can always try to redo things and rethink things, but I think the biggest point is I know I can speak on behalf of the other board members, we're not against the peddlers, we're just trying to do it, as Mr. Morone said, the right way to move forward, to help them out, and they're the best interest for them and everybody else. I guess it's hard to pacify everybody, but we're gonna try to come up with a way to do it the best way we can.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I will say one thing with regards to that. You've got two over there, Doug and Dale's. I mean, they've pretty much become island institutions.
Yep.
I mean, they've been there for 20-plus years, with the exception of the folks that came earlier. They're a new bunch. That's, you know, that's where it all comes in, and I think that's where you start getting the public backlash, because, yeah, there's a few people that have an issue with it, but the majority of them go down there and buy seafood from them, or, you know, and stuff.
They do.
And that's where you start getting into those murky waters right there. So, you know, it's not like these are just pop-ups. These are people that's been there for, and y'all all know this, for a couple decades. So.
Well, and to give some historical context to that also, Commissioner Amison, when we were discussing before, actually grandfathering in 3 or 4 of those legacy businesses, we looked back and said, okay, let's look at everybody who's purchased their peddler's license, which is $150 a year, for the last 5 years. None of them met the criteria. It's a continual problem. So if a $150 license is a problem, how far does this board need to go, and what amount of money do we need to spend to help them? I mean, it's a bad situation. Trust me, I'm not against the peddlers at all, but we've tried different ways to keep it and to make it work. And Doug and Dale's is one thing, since you mentioned them by name, but what about other people?
Yeah,
that want to be involved? You know what I mean?
I'm just saying that's where when you were talking about the room filling up and people,
yes,
it's because they're part of SGI. I mean, you know what I mean?
Oh, they are, and I agree with that. And so the issue is, especially with those two, because they're selling seafood. There's not, our involvement in seafood's enough, you'll understand what I'm saying. There's not anybody I know that's gonna go and buy a piece of real estate on the island, put a brick and mortar building to sell retail seafood. They're probably not gonna make enough money. It's gonna be very hard to do. So I get that. That's a niche, that's a thing. But as it's gone on over time, what's creating the issue is if you can't say no to, or you have to say yes to these, you can't pick and choose. So, but at some point, we do as a board have to find a way to address it. And I don't proclaim I'm the smartest person in the room. I'm good with help, but we have to find a way to address it. Because it's getting, the more people that are coming, especially post-COVID, the bigger issue it's becoming.
And Mr. Chairman, that's hence why I was mentioning workshop. That way we can get the public's input, the peddlers' input, the business owners' input, the citizens that live there is input. That's just my opinion.
Yep.
Okay.
So no board action on that one.
Nope, just discussion. We love discussion. Item 6.
Well, discussion can't lead to action?
Well, it always can, but I wasn't looking for action on this one. I kind of want to let you know.
But the workshop's not a bad idea, is the only reason I'm saying that.
No, it's not. But I was saying before we have the workshop, we need other options. We need other properties that we could look at and compare.
Yeah, we do need to know what we're looking at.
Yes. Right now, there's that one property, you know, and,
Mr. Chairman, just before we move forward too, I have been asked by several people about the property. I know we brought up last minute, the property as you're leaving the island that the county owns. We're not, that's a no. We're not using that.
Nope.
Plus, why would anybody want to leave the island, turn around and come back? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And again, but I want, I'm not gonna make a motion, but I think that if you can figure out what county property we have and discuss that with whoever, chairman or whoever, and come back with some information, and then at that point, maybe we can have a better idea to present a workshop, present it in a workshop format.
Yep.
That way we know what we're talking about.
Yes. And also in between, Mr. Morone, I'll try to get scheduled with the Civic Club to talk to them.
Okay.
And with the
That's-
Business Association on the island.
Yes.
To get input.
Because they
So
need
we'll
to be,
kinda-
yes,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
especially the business association, yeah, so, and I'll talk to the mayor of St. George Island.
There you go.
She works a
Which
few,
one?
she
Oh,
works,
okay, that
she
one.
works a few offices down from me. Well, she used to, she moved to East Point. Okay, item 6, this is good. This is good.
Yep.
There should be
See
good
what
discussion.
happens.
So based on the conversation at your last meeting, you guys talked about a stoplight being installed at the Highway 98 Island Drive intersection. I reached out to FDOT. I sent a request into Weber. Weber is the local, people ask why Weber, they're the local FDOT agent here in the county. Betty Jacobs, what's the guy who works at Benny Commission?
Ray Butler.
Yeah, Betty, okay. And so I asked them about having that light there. Of course, it involves a traffic study.
Yes.
Well, they always do the traffic study in the fall.
When there ain't nobody here.
I don't know why, and so I talked to Benny about that. He said, okay, put that in your request. I put all that in a request. I sent it to Benny. He acknowledged he received it. He was sending it on to FDOT. He's gonna send it on to FDOT. Well, since then, I got a call back from Benny, and I said, Benny said, hey, Michael, I found out there's money put aside for that traffic light that wasn't there before. I said, okay. So I start with my list. I start with the chairman and work my way down the list. And I stopped at the chairman because the chairman said, funny you may ask that, Michael. I had a conversation.
Yeah, so I talked with Representative Schoaf the Sunday before Easter. He got in touch with me because he had had several residents in the county that had sent him correspondence about needing a traffic light there. And the same issue. And he said, Ricky, what's really going on with this? I said, sir, we've needed a traffic light there for a long time. And we've even made requests to DOT. We even wrote up, got whatever their warrants were, the things that warrant a light. And there was 12 things, and we gave them 8 that ours met that criteria. It still was kind of nothing. He said, well, let me make a phone call and see what we can do about that. And when Mr. Morone called me about talking with Mr. Jacobs, and he said, well, there's money for the light. I said, I know where that money's coming from. It come from Representative Schoaf calling Secretary Gaynor and saying, okay, they already have a paving project in the works in East Point and in this area. Whenever they're doing that paving project, we need a traffic light, not a crosswalk.
Yes.
But we need a traffic light at Island Drive and Highway 98. So that's
And there we
appearing
are.
to be what's transpiring.
And Commissioner Ward, not that you and I want to beat a dead horse, but please explain one more time, what is at Carabel Beach is not a traffic light. It's a really fancy looking crosswalk,
Not being used
but
right.
it's a crosswalk.
It's technically, it's actually Mr. Chairman, the right term is mid-block crosswalk. And
Oh, look
they
at that.
did not explain to us exactly what it was, because
Right.
we were told Hawk.
The Hawk.
And they put something in different. And I found out, because because I got a lot of flack for that. And a lot of the number one things, well, there's need traffic lights all over Franklin County. Why? Because we've asked one for Highway 98 and Avenue E. In Appalachia. We've asked for the one at Island Drive and 98. FDOT said no, not gonna happen. So we keep beating that dead horse, but we can only do so much.
Yep.
I'm glad we know now who to call to get
Yep.
stuff done.
Yep, yep.
But no, they were, and I told Andy, I can't think of the guy's last name. Anyway, the traffic safety officer for FDOT. I called him. I said, I've got egg on my face now because you told me Hawk crosswalk, and I'm getting people contacting me about a red light. I'm saying it's not a red light, and it's a freaking red light. I'm like, thanks a lot. But all I know is, I will say this: it is safety, and I actually had to stop at it, but it was worth it. I had somebody in the community contact me the other day. I was upset about it at first. He said, but, and I had to stop at it, and yes, it took time out of my day, but the reason why I had to stop is it was an elderly lady with a rollator walker trying to cross the street. She would have never been able to cross because there would have never been a break in traffic. Because I don't know if you just go sit there one day.
Yeah.
Just sit there and see the traffic that's going, zooming by, and it's actually suppressed the speed there. Because people see that light and they're like, oh, is that a red light? I better slow down. So it's helped in that aspect. So I'll never regret any decision. Do I regret some decisions I make in my life? Yes. Do I regret decisions I make on this board sometimes? Yes. But I will never regret anything that's going to provide the safety for our citizens. In addition to that, I got flack for the price of it, $400,000. Okay.
That's how much it costs?
You gonna put a price on life?
Yeah.
I mean, but I found out that was not our tax money. That's not even the state tax money. That's FDOT money. It's from ARPA funds. So it's federal Biden dollars that paid for that light. And the reason why we got it so quick is because it was money already there.
Yes.
So it's not even touching any of our pockets. It was Biden money.
Okay.
So, I mean, it technically in a roundabout way
It is.
hit our pockets, but it's COVID money.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mr. Chairman,
All right.
if
Now,
I can,
Commissioner Sanders,
if
tell
I
you
can
her story.
relate, if I can relate, I got caught in that lie. If I can relate
Caught in the
to
lie?
Commissioner Ward, I'm driving down 98 Saturday morning. Everything's full, you know, the weather was good Saturday. I'm sitting there. Those people are not crossing that road on the red light.
No, they're
They
all over the
crossing
place.
that road on the green light. Here I go tootling through there. Now, mind you, I'm not going but about 35 because I know how the traffic is in there. And here they come. 3 dogs, 4 children, and 2 women. And I'm saying, like that. They got it synchronized.
Were they crossing on the
They got
crosswalk
to
or
synchronize that
keep
light
down?
though, because they're not paying no attention to it. They see that beat, they gonna go to that
Yeah,
beat.
well, that's just an education thing.
But it will be when somebody gets hit, because I mean, they were crossing, mind you now, I could watch them because I come around that curve right there. You could watch them standing on the side of the road and hear the lights red and they just standing there. They just standing there, I'm telling you. And then all of a sudden that light hits green and before they come across.
Yeah, that's just the education thing.
But the good thing is, we do have that safety measure there.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Like,
And I agree, well, I have no problem with the light, because it's always green when I drive through. But, from working at that side of the county,
Yes.
pedestrian traffic was crazy there. And also from working the traffic crashes at, where we have item 6 here, we need a light there.
Yep.
And-
That was the issue.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I will say this too, on the crosswalk Carabel Beach, not take away from the discussion for the other light, but apparently Commissioner Putnam tried to ask for one. I don't know who told me that. Somebody told me that.
What?
Commissioner Putnam, I was asking for a light there a while back, or when he was on the
We were
board.
asking for a crosswalk.
And they said,
Yeah.
the crosswalk, and they said no, because I guess at that time, the demand wasn't there with the traffic count. And now there is, when I made the request,
Yeah,
so.
they never did come down. They tell us what they wanted us to.
But I'm glad to hear
We
that-
having hot takes all day, ain't we?
When me and Mr. Bevan
boy.
me and Mr. Bevan done figured that thing out. They told us what they wanted us to hear.
Hey,
That's all.
hey, Royce, I need you to block all IP addresses to the state. Block them. Shut them down.
That's not gonna work.
Well,
Back to Island Drive though, I went over when I was touring the, building department and everything, and I sat there literally for 20 minutes waiting to come out, right there. And I thought to myself right then, I said, you know, it's been how many years now since it was the Gulf State Bank, which would have probably been the heaviest traffic in that area.
Yep.
And if that was still a bank today,
Trouble.
my goodness, could you imagine?
I know that.
Yeah.
It definitely needs to be addressed, and I'm glad it's moving.
And Mr. Chairman, I mean, like I
Motion.
said, I echo it too, because I think it was, 2-3 years ago, we asked them and they said no, and we
Yes.
keep asking them ever since, and now, that's good news. Let's just hope it happens.
It happens. Okay, let me blow through number 7. Chairman Jones and I met with the three consultants that Mary Mayhew gave us contact information for. Their presentations will be in May. In just talking to two of the three I know right away. One can do it at the first meeting, the other can do it at the second meeting. I'll just block out time for them, so they all won't be the same meeting. But you'll be in a position by the end of the second meeting in May, you've heard all three, to maybe the first meeting the following month, that you make a decision and we move on. They all three know, they got the message, we want to move on. We want to move on really quickly here with this, so they're all on board with that. All right? Okay. Let me just, so Duke Energy is having they're doing the herbicide vegetation management. If you just, I'm gonna skip straight to it, commissioners. If you want me to set up a call with a gentleman that explains what they're using, Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner, you guys have been through this before. I'll set it up for you guys, especially for you, Commissioner Amison. I will set it up. You can have a conversation with them as to exactly what they're using, how close it is, any potential of any waterways, anything like that. I could do that for all five of you. Just let me know. You'd be glad to talk to all five.
It's not proprietary information, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Sorry.
You're not, this is, well, it's due.
It's
you know,
due.
yeah. There's some public hearings set up, land use and zoning at your next meeting. They're gonna be during the meeting, 11 and 11:15, I believe. One of them is a hot topic. It is, you guys help me, it is, in Lanark Village.
Oak Street.
Rezoning to is it a mobile home? What do they want?
It's a mini mile going to an RV park.
Yes, RV park, thank you. That's a hot topic. Courtney has been receiving some emails about that, just to let you all know, so be prepared for that particular public hearing.
We've probably been getting the same emails, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, you probably do.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
that's
you
happening.
did.
I just kinda wanna give you a heads up as to when it is, but it's not in the afternoon, it's during your regular meeting. We did 10 already. Triumph meeting on Wednesday the 10th. I want to remind you of that. They're meeting in here. Our communication system is not on that particular agenda. It will be at a future, hopefully real soon agenda. Just want to let you know that. Commissioner Kroom, please verify what I wrote was correct.
Yes.
That the repeater is up and all the
repeater's up,
services are
pages
working.
are coming in clear. All good on that.
All good on that? Okay,
That's
good.
good.
Leslie Street update. So.
Never.
Commissioner Sanders, quit looking at me. So the,
What's Mr. Wade saying now?
Mr. Wade is saying that they just sent in the 90%, the engineer sent in the 90% plans, FDOT for approval. After that, they start with construction, advertising for construction to get it repaired.
I know Miss Maxwell will be glad to see it done.
Yes, one day. For that, we need a ribbon cutting, but anyway.
Yeah.
And of course, your next meeting is, of course, 2 weeks from today at 9 o'clock. There's no, I'm gonna say it this way, there's no nothing this afternoon. How about that?
First time in a while.
Real quick for Mr. Morone. Mr. Morone, on item number 7, about the healthcare consultant. Now, are we gonna have to advertise those?
No,
Okay.
those are consultants, so you're gonna, basically, you're having 3 presentations, which I count as interviews, and the chairman and I have explained that to them. You're basically interviewing them, and then from that, you can make a decision.
Yep. Just like we did with the other consultant.
Okay,
with,
just wanted some
Capital City.
clarification.
Mhm. Yeah, it's written in our policy that way.
Okay.
And they know that we're up against a deadline with Align. Speaking of which, Align will be making a presentation to you at your next meeting. Not, I don't want to draw reference to Dr. Nguyen, but they want to, which I said, yeah, sure. They want to present some kind of lease, some kind of proposal. I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't know what it is, but they want to make a proposal to the board for Weems.
Yeah. Well, and, go ahead, Commissioner.
Can I go in and ask Mr. Schuler? Well, I'll wait until Mr. Schuler goes for his report.
Okay.
And then I can ask him that
Okay.
question, because it's an attorney question.
I will say, just to make sure the board is aware, so when we did these interviews, Mr. Morone and I, all of them were about an hour and a half in length. And any and every subject matter that we could remember that has been brought up by this commission was asked of these 3 potential consultants. Doesn't matter what it is, there was nothing out of bounds or off guard. If it's come up, we ask them about it and try to get input from them, so they know what they're They 100% know what they're going toward and what they're doing and what we're looking for.
And it's clear to them that this board is not interested in any more management agreement. That's it. I said, don't even discuss it. That is not an option for this board.
Oh, Lord.
No more management agreements.
Yes,
And
sir.
they know that you want a full comparison of both the critical access and the rural emergency hospital
Yep.
designation. All that, they're full aware that that's questions they're gonna be asked.
Mr. Morone, before we finish with you, I want to, while we're under your report, I want to share and make sure the board is aware of a couple of things. So at the last regional planning council meeting, we had, the guy that was presenting was from the Tri-River Waterway Council, which is Apalachicola, Chattahoochee, Flint. And they were talking about some of the monies that they are looking at getting. Seem like they've secured, they just haven't got them yet. Kind of holding pattern we all get caught in because they're dealing with government to try to repair locks in all these river systems. And they're supposed to be dewatered like every 10 years. Some of them haven't been touched. The one in Apalachicola up at Jim Winthrop Dam hasn't been done in the last 30. So it not only needs to be dewatered, it needs repair, it needs all kind of stuff. But the bigger discussion that come out of what he was presenting was the discussion they've been having on behalf of economic reasons, that they think that they are close to not just getting the funds, but securing a method and a means to start dredging the river channel again. And if you look at it, and I forgot to do it, sorry, it was Easter weekend, and Monday I'm working by myself at CarQuest. It was one of those things. But I would get it to you, Mr. Morone, to send to the rest of the commissioners and to attach to the agenda for today. They had he wasn't just talking about it, they had the full-blown economic study that was done on what it would provide for the ACF to have more barge traffic. And guys, I mean, it's a no-brainer if you look at it. The amount that they can do with barge traffic that is at a future meeting, Mr. Rowan, maybe sometime in June, and present that to the board and to the public, and they can probably answer things a lot better than I tried to explain them, but.
Yeah, Commissioner Sanders shaking her head yes, because she realizes in the past, the revolving loan fund, it's the defaults is where we had the issue.
It tore us up.
It killed us.
Because in 1985, when the Oysterman didn't have no money to make that, come back up, then the revolving loan, the county went out for a revolving loan. Well, then what happened is way into the 1999, 2000s, there was only one or two, and there was only one or two that was still paying on their loans. Yep. The rest of them was delinquent. Yep. Finally, I told Mr. Ed Blanton, he was the attorney for the ARPC, y'all just need to forgive those people. If they haven't paid you in over 20 years, they don't intend to pay you. So finally, he left and they were able to do that. But that is a good program to start small businesses. Yep. I know a lot of them have started up around the Hosford area up there from that.
Okay,
yeah.
Good.
Yeah, sure has.
Is that it, Mr. Morone?
That's it, sir.
Okay, Attorney Schuler, we are to you, sir.
Oh, I forgot to turn in a report. No.
What is this 85 pages I'm looking at then?
It was a ghostwriter.
Oh, okay.
Just so I don't forget, yesterday afternoon on April Fool's, the reef permit proposed to be issued to the county that I guess y'all signed at the last board meeting. We got a copy sent to us from the Apalachicola Reef Association, no, from the feds, I think, and then I forwarded that over to Bill Horn for his opinion. Bill Horn is one of the individuals with that reef project. Just, basically my question was, hey, Bill, look over this, let us know, does it accurately reflect what the Reef Association has intended? I just got a response back from him this morning. He's got a couple of concerns and is suggesting we get more information before we process that application for the reef permit. Two things that he has mentioned is that's new to this proposed permit is a 108-page biological opinion that deals with endangered species, mainly turtles. And then there is also an annual underwater debris cleanup, which is also new. I'm going to respond back to him and ask him to give me a recommendation of what they think we ought to do. But as we've dealt with the dredging and some of the federal permits, we accept their conditions or we don't get their money and we don't do the project. But I at least want to honor Bill's concerns and at least not process that application until we get more information from him on those two issues. I just wanted to bring that up before we get started. There's no action from the board on that, but my first action item is I received an email from your tax collector, Mr. Rick Watson, concerning what's referred to as Senate Bill 770. I cut and pasted and emailed Senate Bill 770 and all its 39 or 40 pages of glory to you in a separate email. Essentially, Senate Bill 770 tries to rewrite and impose consumer protection for what's known as the PACE program. PACE stands for Property Assessed Clean Energy. It's essentially this program where people sell homeowners solar panels, and then the cost of that solar panel is assessed on their property taxes. As you can see from the attachments I included in the report, including a 1 or 2 page summary that came from the Florida Association of Counties. To put it in simplistic terms, PACE is bad. SB 770 attempts to correct those bad problems. And the question that I've been asked from the tax collector and that Chairman Jones gave me the authority to bring to you this morning is, does the board want to send a letter of support for Senate Bill 770 based on proclamations from prior boards of the county commission not in favor of the PACE program? And we don't have a PACE problem in Franklin County. Frankly, I guess we're too small and too poor for those big companies, but it is a problem statewide. So my recommendation is that the board authorize the letter of support for the passage of Senate Bill 770, imposing consumer protections and reforms on that property assessed clean energy program.
So all right, we have a motion to approve that by Commissioner Amison.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion?
Just a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't the legislature over with?
I thought it was kind of late in the game too, but
It
we've
is,
been
but I
asked
don't
for the
think
letter
it's
of
been
support,
signed.
and Pasco just,
Okay,
I don't think it's been
it has
signed
not
yet.
been
Hasn't been signed by the
No, I
Okay,
think
well,
it
we
has
need to send a
until,
letter then.
I'm not sure of the date, but
Yeah, it hadn't been signed, we need to send a letter.
yeah.
Any
Sounds like
other
it's
dis-
protective of the public, so.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, the next item are, I've labeled them as discussion items, but I would modify that to say it's discussion / decision items as the board may decide to take any action. The first item is for your information, and I forget the doctor's name that was here at your last meeting. She gave an update on the ABSI program for the restoration of the Apalachicola
Dr.
Bay.
Brooke.
And she had mentioned during that presentation what I think is now being referred to as the partnership, because the partnership for a resilient Apalachicola Bay does not flow off the tongue very well. And I just wanted to inform the board that Commissioner Amison contacted me and informed me that he had been requested to serve as the president of this proposed new partnership, which will be a 501c3 corporate entity. That's what I'm being told by their coordinator, who's Miss Betty Webb. As the successor to ABSI, the partnership, from what I'm seeing, really is geared towards engaging with state agencies for the restoration of the bay. It's not really something that comes directly under your purview, so I don't think it's a conflict of interest. I mean, he's been serving on the ABSI board for a while. That hasn't been a conflict, and frankly, if any conflict should come up, and we can just deal with it on a case-by-case basis. So I want to bring that to the board's attention. So if y'all have no questions for me on that, I will move on to 3 potential draft ordinances in public hearings. The item number 3 is the draft ordinances of what I have titled as regulating conduct in public facilities, which is just a fancy way of how do you regulate how the public behaves inside of your public buildings. The only one that's given me a little bit of sort of head scratching, not sure quite how to deal with it, is inside the sheriff's department, which technically is a county-owned building, but since they have badges and guns and training, I'm don't really think I need to be too worried about how the public's going to conduct themselves there. However, in your courthouse, even though we have security, I'm thinking this will mainly be for the county courthouse, the county annex, the annex over in Carabel, your new administration and building department building in East Point. Well, actually, I guess it would be the EOC building as well. But basically, any of your county-owned buildings would be affected and regulated by this ordinance. Y'all have already authorized me to conduct a public hearing, but I figured I would send you the draft to see if you had any questions or concerns. I know the last time I did that, y'all, there was some really good input from the board to fix some of the things I did, less accurately or precisely than I should have done on working without a permit. So I wanted to make sure y'all had a chance to look at that. Does the board have any questions or comments before I go ahead and move this forward to a public hearing that you've already authorized?
Any questions, Commissioner?
Okay. Doing my best Alan Pierce impression to talk fast. Unless y'all stop me, I'm going to keep going. This is the second time I've attached a draft of the business license ordinance, just so it was fresh in your recollection. At this point, y'all have not authorized me to schedule a public hearing, but I do think that this business license ordinance should be set for a public hearing so the board can make a decision, because I do think it does go hand in hand with your move towards code enforcement. And I've already attached as an informational item the code enforcement ordinance that y'all adopted back in, I believe it was 2022. So if there is no discussion and if the board is ready for me to schedule a public hearing, I would need a motion to authorize me to schedule that for a public hearing if you're ready to do so.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? I just have one point I'd like to ask.
Yes, sir.
And we can clarify it later. So it's the same kind of issue we had when we were talking about the last ordinance with unpermitted work. Is there, I don't want there to be a time, I know there's a penalty provision for operating without said business license. Does it stop when they apply for it, or are we waiting for staff to complete it? See what I'm saying?
I don't recall that specifically.
It might be, yeah, I'm sorry. It might be straightforward and, a matter of minutes to handle anyway. But we just need to clarify with staff and make sure that there's not going to be, if there is a penalty provision that's daily, how does, you know what I mean? We need to make sure before we get to the public hearing that it's going to be addressed and taken care of, if you understand what I'm saying.
It is a daily penalty.
Right.
So I will need to address
Right.
that.
Right, and staff might clear it up and say, no, that's a 5-minute deal. We just need the money, here's a check, you know what I mean? So, but I think we do need to address that.
Yeah, because I don't think we have to be at the
Right.
mercy of a higher,
Yeah.
like with permits, for instance.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's gonna be anything to kind of review, I need this, and here you go. Kinda like you're getting the decal at the tax collector's office for your tag. You need a decal, here you go, here's the information, here's the money, we're good. But I just do think we need to address it and make sure that's the way it is and not assume.
So same as before, the rest of the board's okay with that, which is upon submission of a complete application for a business license and the payment of any accrued penalties, then the penalties would stop. Is that correct?
Yep.
Now, this actually, that may be more, we may have to change the total penalty provision here because it's actually set up as a second degree criminal misdemeanor penalty right out of the gate.
Okay, well.
But that'll be something that y'all would need to
Right.
discuss at the, so what I'll do is I will copy essentially what the board approved for the working without a permit, which is first offense is this financial penalty, and by the time you get to the third or fourth offense, then it's the second degree criminal misdemeanor. And then if y'all want to adjust that during the public hearing, then you can certainly make those adjustments. But I think in order for you to do that in a public setting, you would need to have the financial penalties and the public notification of those public, those financial penalties in the advertisement.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to make it more complicated. I just want to make sure, probably, and Attorney Schuler, upon conferring with county staff that's going to be handling the issuance
Talk
of
to them
these.
first. Okay.
Yeah, that might relieve all this stuff. I just, I've read it, and that's the only thing I noticed that kind of was like I didn't know the answer to, you know what I mean? That's all I'm trying to say.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd rather address this now before the public hearing comes out, and we have to table it anyway.
Yes.
Because we have
Yes.
these questions that need to
Yes.
be answered.
Yep. So do you need, did we have a motion and second for this? We did, didn't we?
I heard the motion, I did not hear do you have a
You
second?
did? Okay.
I'm trying to write and listen, I did not.
Well, I got lost in my discussion, sir. All right, any additional discussion before we vote on scheduling this public hearing? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
The next issue deals with the TDC policies and procedures. I have attached to this a report beginning on page 44 and running through pages 48, a copy of the Florida statute, which deals with and regulates the statutorily required membership on the TDC Council. On page 45, it is essentially a red line draft of the membership, the selection process, how you fill vacancies, and things of that nature. All I added in something new so that it reflects what current policy already is, which is upon the expiration of someone's term, that member shall continue to serve until the position is filled by the county commission. So what I've tried to do is, in this baseline, is just to create a baseline template that does nothing more or less than just satisfy the statutory criteria in Chapter 125. I know that there are issues that the board wants to continue discussing, and I hope today will give me some definitive, actually me and Mr. Braun, since y'all made both of us responsible for this task, give us some definitive guidance on how to deal with what I think are 4 bullet points as I see them, and any other points as determined by the board. So let's get to it. As far as membership on the board, I think it's clear to me, which the board will need to tell me, that you want the membership on the TDC to essentially be reset back to what the state statute says and nothing else. What does that mean? It means that no seats for the TDCs, and it means that the 2 seats for the 2 cities would no longer be automatically filled by appointment of those 2 city commissions. They would make a recommendation back to this board. This board decides whether to accept it or not. You could continue doing what you've been doing, which is to accept what the 2 cities' appointments are. I mean, that's entirely up to you how you deal with that. The other 2 bullet points deal with, what is the board's position regarding reappointment of existing members after their term should expire. The draft baseline template that I have provided to you allows for reappointment as decided by the board. And if you decide not to reappoint, then it goes to advertisement. So I know the discussion has in the past been automatic advertisement, and then y'all get a recommendation from the TDC, and then y'all decide whether to accept the TDC appointment or not. So that's the 3rd bullet point that the board needs to determine whether you will allow reappointment of existing members without advertising, or does every board seat go out for advertisement every time a term is expired. And then to continue the conversation from Mr. Marone's report is the geographic positioning of the membership of the TDC. The state statute, the only criteria that it has in addition to what the board has discussed is that the members of the TDC council have to be electors of the county. That's really the only statutorily driven geographic requirement. So you can't have somebody that's a tax collector in Gulf County on the Franklin County TDC. Now, they may own property in another county, but they would have to be an elector of this county. Mike, can you put up page 44? I mean, I'll read it to you. I put it in my report, but this is what the state statute says about the membership, and I only cut and pasted a portion. I started to give you the entire state statute, but it's just so long and cumbersome it would have been difficult. So I just did a cut and paste of section 125.0104, subsection 4, ordinance, levy, tax, semicolon, procedure, and subsection E deals with The governing board of each county which levies and imposes a TDC tax shall appoint an advisory council to be known as the blank Tourist Development Council. Then in bold and underlined, then that's something that I added. It's not part of the state statute. It's an emphasis just so it sort of draws your attention to the statutory criteria. The council shall be established by ordinance, which has been done, and composed of 9 members who shall be appointed by the governing board. The chair of the governing board of the county or any other member of the governing board as designated by the chair shall serve on the council. 2 members of the council shall be elected municipal officials, at least one of whom shall be from the most populous city in the county or sub-county special taxing district. Well, that's easy for us. We only have 2 cities, so we don't have that controversy to deal with. But here's the issue with the remaining 6. 6 members of the council shall be persons who are involved in the tourist industry and who have demonstrated an interest in tourist development, of which members not less than 3 nor more than 4 shall be owners or operators of motels, hotels, recreational vehicle parks, or other tourist accommodations in the county and subject to the tax. All members of the council shall be electors of the county. The governing board of the county shall have the option of designating the chair of the council or allowing the council to elect a chair. And then there's other information in subsection E that doesn't really seem pertinent. So my purpose in presenting the red line was to draw it back to a baseline template that seemed to be the minimum required to comply with state law, subject to the board's guidance on those 4 bullet points that I mentioned to you. As I said, first bullet point was no TDC seats any longer. And as far as the 2 municipal seats, does the board want to allow the cities to continue to be able to appoint their own representatives without any further input from the county commission, or make each city submit to you who they want to be the representative on the board, and then have you make a decision? The statutory basis for that is pretty clear. I mean, in the subsection I just read to you, it says the council shall be established by ordinance and composed of 9 members who shall be appointed by the governing board. I think your prior policy of allowing the cities to appoint their own people is valid because it has the county commission's blessing. Or you could change that and say, well, tell us who you want, then we'll let you know. The other 2 bullet points is
Mr. Chairman, can we take 1 bullet point at a time?
Oh,
Is that,
yes,
would that
ma'am. All
be
right.
undue? I'm trying to, I think it'd be better, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Do you agree?
Yep.
Instead of having
It's a
all
lot to
stacked
track.
together, let's just take 1 at a time.
I have a
and-
bad habit of repeating myself, but
that's
I was
okay.
going to, that's fine.
Because I was trying to write down the bullet points, but, and things to say, and I'm like, okay. So
All right,
let's just
first
do
bullet point, no TDC seats.
chamber
No
seats.
chamber seats on the TDC.
Yeah, you gotta have
It's been a long
TDC seats,
day
that's
and
what I'm
I
trying to
have-
do, bro.
I
I'm
think
getting
the-
hangry.
Is that the
It's
first,
2 o'clock.
the first bullet point you said was, if we
To go
wanted.
back to the
Chamber
state
seats
statute.
on the TDC.
Go back to the
That-
state
that's-
statute.
Gotcha.
That seemed, I mean, to me, that was clear, but I want to make sure I'm doing what y'all want done.
I'm good with that.
Okay? What about for the city seats?
Mr. Chairman, me personally, I think it's too much oversight if we tell them who like if they recommend somebody and we say, no, we don't want that person, we want this person. I don't think that's gonna form well with them because they're recommending somebody and then we're going back against that. I think me personally, I think that to keep the relationship with the cities good, we need to let them choose who they want, in my opinion.
Well, the only downfall there, here goes devil advocate again, but what if you got a city commissioner who is part of the Chamber of Commerce? So you leave that door open where you go right back in. Now, in all good faith, more than likely, we're going to go with whatever the city recommends, as long as there's not a conflict. But if we close that door, we don't have control over that conflict.
I see your point. Good point.
Again, my point was to pull everything we've been doing and just pull us close back to what state statute requires, and then the board builds on that block by block by whatever you decide you want the new policy to be.
It might just be a formality, but I'm good with us approving it.
Okay.
I mean, all it is
if
is a
everybody else
nod.
That's all it
Yeah.
is.
Okay.
Yeah, because, probably not gonna be liked for this, that's been an issue.
Okay.
That's been an issue. And really, it's not really been an issue with the cities, have no issue at all with the cities. But it's been an issue over time, and it was already that way before I got to serve where I'm serving,
Same way.
where those that were designated from the cities either couldn't make the meeting, so they would send somebody in their place. Well, nothing in the statute allows for you sending somebody in your place. You're either part of the quorum or you're not. You know, we don't have, if you want to have backup members, that's not in, you know, because we do on P and Z, but there's nothing in statute that allows for backup members. And that's caused a lot of issues. You know, maybe nothing in the way everything has transpired, but it's just caused other issues that I think would be addressed if we're taking it back to where giving the nod to say, yep, that's who's serving in the seat, and then it's that person, until they want to give it up and put somebody else in their seat. I think it's a better way to do it.
I've heard from 3 of 5.
I'm okay with that.
3 to 5 is all you need. No, boy.
I understand, however.
No, this is our time to talk.
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry?
I said, no, this is our time and atmosphere to talk about it.
Absolutely.
It is.
That's the reason I framed it the way I did, was to make sure because this will be the 3rd time we've talked about it publicly. Let's.
So what he's saying, if you have something to say, say it.
Yeah.
Politely and respectfully, but yes, sir. Let's get it done.
I'm okay with that.
I am,
You good, Commissioner Crooms?
yeah, I'm good with reverting back to what's in statute.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question, though,
Yes.
Attorney Schul, before we move forward. It says here in the statute that 2 members of the council, let's see, hold on, 6, which I know a couple of them have to be, let me just take this one out. Let me find it first, hold on.
You're talking about the fact where it says
6
involved?
members of the council shall be persons who are involved in the tourist industry and who have demonstrated interest in tourist development. Is that, how do we determine, is that a realtor? Is that someone, like, how do we, tourist
think
development,
real estate
how do you designate, what's that?
I wouldn't think a realtor is.
But that's my
tourist.
point. It's like, we're gonna get these
But y'all have to
applications.
make that call. I
Right,
know.
that's what I'm saying. But what justifies that paragraph, tourist industry? Is that like jet ski place on the island where they rent jet skis out?
If you ask me, I would say yes.
Because
That
it's
would
always
be
up
tourist
to,
related.
and I may be overanalyzing it here, but if we're gonna be fielding these applications, we need to know what it entails and who, are they qualified per this, what this means?
I think I'm accurate when I say, because I sit 1,000 miles away from how the TDC operates on a day-to-day basis, but I think in the past, the county commission has relied on the TDC to go through these applications and say, we recommend this person because, you know, they fill this seat, you know, they're a collector of the tax, or they're not a collector of the tax, but it's a tourist-oriented facility because they own an RV park or something like that. Or no, that would be a collector of the tax.
I guess
But you
these
see what
would
I'm
be the
saying?
2 at-large that we discussed earlier, the 2
that's what I
at-large.
was
Like,
trying
how do
to
we
say earlier.
determine if they're, like the Tiki Hut at Alligator Point? She would be considered, I guess.
At the marina, yeah.
That's a marina.
So that would be the non-at-large,
Yeah.
but the ones at-large, it's like, it can't be because technically, and again, devil's advocate, a realtor could be looked at as in the tourist industry if they're involved in rentals, right? Vacation rentals?
It says no more than 4 shall be owners or operators of motels, hotels, RV parks, or other tourist accommodations in the county and subject to the tax. So that, for example, the jet ski operator, I mean, that would seem to me to fill an at-large seat because they're not in accommodation.
They're not collecting tax.
Correct. But, I mean, honestly, the prior boards have just relied on the TDC to vet this and make sure that the statute's been complied with. It's a fairly low threshold for them to meet, I think. And if you want to, you can require them to provide you a little summary that says they meet this criteria in the statute for the following reasons. That way you have a summary there in front of you.
Okay, thank you.
That's the way it was done when Kurt was on there, Kurt Lowe. That's the way he did it. And they meet the criteria for this, and this is the reasons why, and then you list the reasons why.
You ready for me to move on to the 3rd bullet point?
Yes, I will say this though before you do. That's why it was mentioned today, and we've already discussed it. There's no sense of rehashing it. I still say that whatever we send out needs to come back to this board and we turn it over to whatever review committee we decide as a board, whether it be the TDC or another review committee. But even if we're gonna do that, we need to know it first, so we know there are 4 names, not just the one name they're putting forward, if you understand what I'm saying.
There are now 5 bullet points to discuss. But we'll go through the first 4, then we'll add what
That's
the chairman
fine.
just
Go
brought
ahead.
up. All right, bullet point number 3. May I proceed, Mr. Chairman? Okay. The third issue is on reappointment of existing board members. The current policy essentially allows for reappointment. The template that I've provided is somewhat changes that so that reappointments have to come back to the county commission so that you decide whether you want to reappoint a member or require it to go out for advertising, and then that existing member whose term has expired may choose to apply or may not. But I need some guidance from the board on the issue of reappointment.
I believe that they need to, if somebody's on that board and they've been on the board and if their term is up and they want to reapply again, I think they need to reapply. You know.
I agree.
So-
Reapply.
Because that's the whole purpose of this, Mr. Chairman, sorry, the doing this is because of the continual, well, let's just reappoint them. And that's what's a vicious cycle. You got them in 3 or 4 terms and they're, like I said at the last meeting, they're in there till infinity beyond. And it takes away an opportunity or chance from someone else to apply and to serve.
Yes.
That's,
One thing I do like, because what the board has to decide, so let's say you're gonna let the TDC be the review committee for this. We have to separate somebody who wants to reapply versus the rest of the group that's applying. Because, I'm sorry, if we're all TDC and you're reapplying and the board, county commission is asking me to look at somebody new, I'm like, no, I work with her. I want her
Yeah,
right back in
develop
the
that
seat again.
relationship.
Yes.
So you need to separate that
Yes.
before it even gets to the review committee. That's what I
Yep.
ask. Makes it easier for me to do my job, is what I'm saying.
They wouldn't be able to partake in the.
Mr. Chairman, just something for you to think about. I mean, it's not the first time these issues have come up. Let's say an existing TDC member wants to, put their name in the hat and there's several applicants. You could do exactly what Mr. Morone suggested, or you could just tell that TDC member, whenever we review these applications, you have to recuse yourself, you're out, you're not even in the room, so that, they're not sitting there giving you the stare or something.
Right, and that's the reason, Attorney Schuler, that I brought up the concept of using a different review committee for the
That's fine.
applications we receive.
That's
That way, it's completely
bullet points.
transparent, it's not, because I'll be honest with you, I mean, listen, there are people that want to serve, but a lot of people feel like they're not getting a chance to even get their foot in the door. And nothing against the ones we have, they're great people, this is a volunteer board we're talking about. I'm not throwing any stones, but other people want to serve and they find themselves on the outside looking in. That's an issue.
Okay, so every commissioner unanimously are okay with everyone reapplying? Okay. Then, to continue let me do number 5 before we go to the last one. The review committee, the separate review committee, do y'all want to, I don't know where that's coming from, it's very
Oh, is it?
distracting.
it's the radio, police
She
radio.
left the radio on. I'll go turn it on. I got it.
Okay. So, do you want to have an entirely new review committee for TDC council member applicants, or do you want to have the TDC review applicants, and if any existing member reapplies, have that person just, basically excised from the entire process? What does the board want to do?
Well, I know that, I brought it up, I know that's kind of new, so we might not be ready to move on that in any way, and I understand that, because it's something we haven't really talked about. But I'm in favor of doing a completely different review committee unless there are no current sitting TDC members reapplying, then the TDC can do it.
Do y'all want to table this issue, commissioners, and address it at another meeting?
If we're talking about that one issue?
That
maybe.
one issue, just that one issue?
Yes, sir, I'm fine with that. But if nobody else wants to, we'll go ahead and add it, let's go. I'm good.
I mean, I just think,
I mean, it is a new issue, and it's entirely up to the
I
board.
think we need to hold off on it. And just, hold off on.
Okay, that
that
means your
part and
current
talk
review
about it
process would
before
remain
we
in
do.
place, and, okay, just make sure we're clear on what that means. If you don't address it today, that means your current review process
Okay.
stays in place
Okay.
unless and until you change it.
Yeah.
And you're just advertising for 2 new positions. So it does
Yep.
seem like It's a
Yep.
matter of exigency to be addressed.
So let's address it then.
Yeah.
How does everybody feel about it?
Mr. Chairman, when it comes to the applications, I think the review board, committee, whatever, anything should come before this board. Because I feel like that takes away, like, that's, how can I say this? If you're looking at an application, I think that's kind of what brought all this to a head anyway, is because some of the same people were getting reviewed by certain individuals and they just kept re-upping.
Right, but like today, so we appointed Ms. Lockley to serve on PZNA.
Okay.
We didn't say, okay, this is what we
Yeah,
feel,
P&Z
let's send
gives
this
us
to P and Z,
recommendation.
let's see
Yeah.
if they recommend her back to us.
Well, that's just-
We didn't do that, we just decided.
You do that with the hospital board, both you and Commissioner Sanders appointing people to the hospital board directly, yes.
I think that the process for the airport board probably was an outlier because y'all, like Mike said, y'all received it, then y'all sent a short list out to them to recommend back, so.
I'm good with it being us.
Y'all can do it either way is the point.
I'm good with it being us. If it streamlines and makes it faster.
That's what I say.
Well, my note already says Franklin County Board of County Commissioners is the review committee, so unless I wrote my note down wrong, that's what I'm going with. Okay. The final bullet point is what was discussed under Mr. Marone's report, I'll just call it the two plan.
Yeah.
Again, the statute, the only geographic restriction in the state statute is you have to be an elector of the county, which essentially means Franklin County is your county of residence, your primary residence, and you're registered to vote here. That's the only geographic limitation in the state statute. Do I think the county commission has the authority to do something more restrictive? I think you do, so long as all the appointments otherwise comply with the minimum threshold established by the state statute. I will tell you that probably if you talk to other attorneys, you may get a different opinion because there is a rule of statutory construction that says if you have either a county ordinance or a state statute that lists criteria, you could presume that list to be exclusive and that's all you look at. But I don't necessarily view statutory construction as strenuously or as restrictively as others do. I think your decisions are all presumptively correct unless and until two things happen. There's a state law that clearly says you can't, in which case I'll tell you can't, or a judge says that the decision you made is incorrect. So I think if you want to have a two plan, boy, that just does not roll off the tongue. You could do so, but that's something that y'all need to continue your discussion about. It was quite, that was quite a discussion, and I think I'll just climb the tree and wait for y'all to make a decision. Get out of the way.
Well, I'm good with it being that way, and here's the reason why. So I've been serving on the TDC, and I was able to step in behind Commissioner Sanders and chair that TDC board since 2019, January 2019, right after Hurricane Michael. It's not been bad, but there has been a lot of representation that has not been fair. So in trying to address what the commissioner brought forth earlier, yes, I do want it to be fair. But I can tell you if the commission doesn't want to look at us also overlaying this geographic look at things, and it's going to be wide open to whoever turns in, I'm always going to be pushing for my district to have representation.
That's why I did it this
You know
morning.
what I'm saying? So if we get to a place where we already have three, and there's three names turned in and one of them's for my district, I'm gonna be pushing for my district.
Okay.
But if you wanna do it 2-2-2, then we'll stay under that framework and kind of all work together. But, however the board wants to proceed, I'm good with. But now we've been long enough without sufficient representation on this board.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, that's where we're differ. We differ.
Yeah.
Because if I'm looking at applications, I don't care if he or she's from my district. I'm looking at the best fit for that board. Now, that might be, like I said earlier, all five of them, all 4 or 6, whatever we got left, may be from the island. That's why I was speaking in favor of the twos, because that will give some type of spread out representation. Because if we start getting these applications in and you got somebody over there renting surfboards, I'm gonna go with that person that's sitting there, in those restaurants or in some type of business like that, to where they got more, is a potential conflict. I mean, just like right now, presently, we have a city official that's there that's also sitting as the president of our chamber.
Administration.
Yeah, administration.
And Mr. Chairman,
But
that's a conflict.
that's what I was getting at with the city.
See, I don't
It would-
know, I don't know.
Well,
them
that's
more.
what I'm trying to say. You know, it gives us that, where we can go back and say, hey, look, we really like that appointment, but there's a little conflict here.
Well, we
Give
need
us
to,
somebody else.
we need to fix this where people across the county, everywhere across the county, is gonna know that the TDC is fair and equitable for everybody across this county, and that the people who collect the tax, the people who spend the money for the tax, you know, when it was at $1 million, you didn't see nobody wanting to be on that board. You know, honestly, I'm gonna say it.
I agree with you.
When you seen it 1 cent, nobody wants it. Now that it's 3 cents and looking at $4.4 million, woo, we got some ideas. But there goes another thing. Not only does Chapter 125 speak on the way the board is made up, but also there's other things that comes into play on what you can spend the tax money on.
Yep.
And so it's not what everybody can think about it.
That's true.
It's not
You can't
what
just do
everybody
whatever you
thinks you
dream
can
up.
spend it on.
Yep.
So, you know, that's gonna bust some people's bubbles when they see that you can't spend it on this, but they thought you could spend it on this. So, you know, and the thing about it is when you got that TDC, and I know you do the same thing, Mr. Chairman, you look at the projects that are most beneficial to the county as far as bringing people in, you know? And that's what you look at. You don't look at it whether it's here or there or the other. You look at what's gonna bring the people in to spend the money to get the tax money to the TDC for projects. And I think that there's been some pretty good projects come up. If you didn't have that TDC fund, look at the spoils site and all that in East Point. You would have been in high cotton with some people over there.
We all would have
If
been
you
in
hadn't
trouble.
had that. So I think, you know, it's a good thing. But I think we need to resolve this and walk away and say, it's resolved, this is the way we're gonna do it, and don't flitter flatter on it. It needs to be one way and one way only. Somebody don't like it, I mean, yeah, of course I ain't gonna like it. But, but, you know, of course I don't like too many things that we do anyway sometimes. But anyway, it'll all work out. I feel like this board is gonna be doing the right and fair thing, and I think in the end, it's gonna be all right.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just play devil's advocate, as Commissioner Amison says, you know, we hypothetically advertise, everybody in the county can apply. Again, if we get, say, 30 applications, we're gonna have to weed through those 30 applications. Those 30 applicants may not be from my district. They may not be from District 5. You might have none from District 5 and none from District 2, but, you know, the rest from the other districts. So, you know, we can't, this.
Representation in there.
And that's my
Because
point.
it's gonna come down to resumes and applications, and like I said before, I'm not gonna pass over someone that's way more qualified than somebody that may apply in my district, because they're the person that's gonna give us the best bang. You know, and I know that's a quote, they ain't getting paid, but they're gonna give us the best bang for the buck. They're gonna go in there and bring what we need in to the table.
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think y'all are not grasping why I brought up what I brought up for. It's because we do things like Commissioner Ward, we do things as a county. And when the digging out was done, it would have been better to have waited for Michael Schuler to have said, okay, this is the way you need to handle this. You know, don't put 2, 2, 2, 2. Don't put 2, 2, 2, 2. This is the way to handle it, and then that way it would be brought. But the way it sounded, Lanark wasn't mentioned, Summer Camp wasn't mentioned, St. James Bay wasn't mentioned, and Alligator Point wasn't mentioned. So those folks said, they're shafting us. They're shafting us. And that's the last thing I want to do. And I think you're missing, I just wanted you all aware of how, not everybody, but how the folks feel. They don't, nobody in this county should be feeling slighted. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way, I'm the messenger with the heart, you know? I'm the messenger with the heart. People are near and dear to my heart. When I talk about the people of Franklin County and Franklin County itself, it's my heart. And can't help it, can't help it. It's just the way I am. I can't help it. It's that season. But that's what I'm saying, honest. I don't want to beat a dead horse, and I don't want you beating a dead horse either. But the thing about it is, I think we realized what we know needs to happen, and we need to get people in there, and let's have this a TDC that everybody's not scrutinized. Now, you can look at down south, or you can look over at Walton County, where you look at the TDC there, and you've had the TDC director or executive director funneling in the money. You ain't had that here.
I understand.
You ain't had it here. They're above board and everything, so I think we just need to move along, Mr. Chairman, and let's just go
Just
to a late hour in the day.
One thing, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, but, and I understand, I know your heart's where it's at. But, I mean, the reason I'm cautioning on this, Commissioner Sanders, is because if we go out to countywide, there may not be no representation over there at all. You know,
At least you try.
well, I understand that, because, I mean, if we look at like the airport board, I believe every commissioner on here appointed somebody that wasn't in their district, except for you. You're the only one that wanted that district.
I've always gone district.
Huh?
I'm sorry, I've always gone district.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to err right here.
The
You see what I'm
4-2s
saying?
are I'm good with that discussion.
Yeah.
How do we move forward with this?
Yep. Do we make? So tell us what the motion would be if we accepted all these things, or what are you
I'm
doing?
getting
What are we
ready
doing?
here. I was waiting for my opportunity and to be recognized to speak.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, here's what I've heard from the board on the 5 issues: that the TDC council membership will not have any seats set aside for the chambers, that
You mean
the
the
cities
You
will.
said the TD. You said TDC again, I think.
No, he said chamber.
No,
He said chamber.
I was reading from my script this
Okay.
time.
Go ahead,
Testing
sorry.
it. Everybody's,
I'm here,
all right,
so-
everybody's hungry. Okay.
5 bullet points. TDC Chamber Council will follow the state law. There will be no seats for the chambers set aside. The city representatives will require confirmation by the county commission that at the expiration of every term of a TDC council member, there will be a reapplication process. That the Franklin County Board of County Commissioners will be the review committee, and that membership, the 4-2s, and thank you for that, Commissioner Ames, because the 2 thing, I'm afraid I threw too many 2s in there. The 4-2 plan is not being accepted by the board. It's just going to be basically what the state law requires. As long as they're an elector of the county and they meet the other statutory criteria, they're eligible to be a member. That's my understanding of what your decisions are here today. And again, I should have put in my report discussion and possible decisions. So you're in a position to make a decision on what I've just summarized for you based on your directions today, or if you want to put it off for the next meeting and let me send you a clean version, I can send you a clean. But you're in a position to make a decision
I do want to ask
today if
one
you
more
want to.
question first, though.
Yes, sir.
Just because it has been an issue over time. If, and I don't know.
Businesses are you referring to? And that's what I'm
That's
trying.
what I'm saying.
You don't,
We got it.
I mean, they might have
We
to
got
build
RV
something.
parks out there.
Yeah, but that's one of 4 positions though. And that's and that's by
And that's all-
statute.
But
You know,
what-
you gotta be 3, no more than 4. That's what I was trying to say. It's gonna bound you down if you're not careful.
I know it, but y'all
And I'm just trying to be warned.
And Mr. Chairman,
Just
that's
don't
why I
like my
was
4-2s.
asking this, who, in this little paragraph, shall be persons involved in the tourist industry and have an administrative interest in tourist development. Who does that, who are those people? You know what I mean? Like, because that's going to limit who gets to apply in Commissioner Sanders' district
That's
and
pretty
in my
wide open for
district.
the whole
you know what I mean?
county commissioner.
Is it?
So if you,
'Cause-
yes, because if you take, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to interrupt you.
No, I
But
won't
if
let
you
that.
take the report that was given to us a couple of meetings ago about the impact of tourism in Franklin County, 92% of our industry is associated with tourism. So it's pretty broad, because that is our economy right now.
Yeah.
It's tourism. We
But-
need to
but-
diversify our economy in the worst way.
But
That's all
again,
another
a real
discussion.
estate agent, would that be considered tourist
If
related?
they handle the VRBOs and stuff like that and
I
collect
mean,
the
that's just,
tax.
I'm just playing, I mean, I'm just trying to be
But what
hypothetical.
you're not understanding is no less than 3, no more than
Right.
4.
Right.
Could be
That binds you down
Well,
right there.
two at large, right? The rest have to be in the business that collects the tax.
Right.
So,
That's
so
where
yeah.
it
So,
narrows. So,
two.
not like I have to be anywhere before 6 anyway, so let's just keep talking. So, I
That's
wanna,
a good thing.
I wanna understand something here. So it seems to me like you were upset with the way we apply, but you didn't mind the 4-2s for the way we designate. Am I wrong, off base on that, Commissioner?
That's right. I want it to be, I want the.
So you want applications to be countywide, but you want you didn't mind the seats, the 4-2s, because it keeps it even amongst the county.
It keeps it even, but you got you got 2 twos for East Point, 2 twos, 2 twos, 2 twos, but you don't have anything east of Carabel. You see what I'm saying?
Well, again,
You see what I'm saying?
my intention was, when I wrote it up last meeting, when I said the Carabel seat and somebody from the Carabel area, I know I was being very general. I apologize, Commissioners, for that, because I also said the same thing for Appalachia area, you know?
Well,
So to
Appalachia-
me, that was I would be more general than that, more wide, and I apologize for that. I should have said maybe the one Carabel seat and then someone from the eastern end of the county. Maybe I should have put it that way, you know, but there is room there for somebody from Lanark or with the 4-2s, or from Alligator Point as the second seat that I was terming from the Carabel area. That was my intention. I apologize for not being more clear about that, because that seems to have caused some of the confusion. But I just
But
wanted to.
why does it need to be one Carabel and one Lanark or Alligator Point when you got 2 East Point and 2 Island? You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
the town's on.
I think because that's where they looked at, I think everybody was looking at where the majority of the businesses that apply to
Yeah.
the way the
money's
Florida statute written up. I think that's all it was about, nothing more than that, but, okay,
Well,
so
anyway.
I got involved and I didn't want to add to the confusion, I was trying to clear it up, but yeah.
No, it's good. Honestly, the 4-2s can help on the front end, but it can hurt on the back end. Because if you go with the 4-2s and you have seats for all of them, and you have one that's, let's just say, one of the Carabel seats is open, and it's not municipal, and nobody applies.
That was my
Then
point.
you stuck, and that's what you were saying.
That's where I was saying.
Nobody applies.
Right, just like
Then what do
mine,
you
I've
do?
got an opening
So
on my
I deal with it being wide open.
P&Z board right now. Nobody
both
wants to
wide
do
open.
it. So
Seats,
who's
wide
to
open.
say
And
that I have 2 applicants from my area and nobody applies? Is that gonna give 2 seats to
That's right.
1, 2, 3, or 4 district? You know, that was my point that I was trying to make earlier. That's why I make it countywide, because some of us may not get any input.
Yep.
I know where most of our input's gonna come from. I mean, let's face it, the island's gonna probably put in more applications, because they are the ones that are in it more. I'll be honest with you, I don't think anybody from my area cares. I mean, they care, but they don't, I have not had anybody from my district say, I'm putting an application in for TDC. How do I do it? I've had one individual contact me from the Appalachia area telling me they were gonna put their application in. But
I mean,
that's my whole point is,
Let's be
I don't
honest.
think everybody's gonna do the 2-2-2-2.
I don't,
I
don't think
think
that-
wide open's the best way.
Yep.
Yeah.
but I don't want this board to go down the line in about a year and say, well, this is happening because Miss Cheryl. you know,
No,
Or,
no.
I know how things,
What if all the people from Appalachia apply, you know?
Yeah.
I want it to be equal.
yeah.
But I'm fine with countywide.
I mean, well, either way, it's gonna be, it's gonna be fair. As long as you know you got the process, you're going through the process, and it's gonna be a fair process, and then whatever way it comes out, it's fair. You know what I mean? That's what I'm about, because like I said, I don't like to put numbers on things, because you may have a good person out here and say, well, ooh, we've got a seat in the Carabel or a seat in the Appalach, and you know, this person, he's real good, maybe we could put him in that. You know, maybe he would qualify for that seat or that seat. That's what I'm saying. You want, in the TDC, you want the best people you can have that's going to be in there to bring the dollars in and to promote the Franklin County. Yep. And that's what you want. So, anyway.
Anything else, sir?
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to summarize what my understanding is?
Please do.
There we go.
Please do. None of us have had food, so we're all forgetful.
I laid the foundation earlier. I have a bad habit of repeating myself, but it avoids confusion later, I hope.
Yep.
Okay, TDC membership on the council, basically you're following the state statute, which says there are no seats for the chambers, and the city representatives will recommend someone, but until you confirm that appointment, they are not members of the TDC council, and there will be no substitutes. I mean, once you make a decision on a member, that's it. At the expiration of every term of TDC council members, there shall be a reapplication process. The county commission will be the review committee, and all applicants, let's just say the 4-2 plan has been talked about and not adopted by the board at this time, so it will be whoever you decide among the applicants, regardless of their geographic location, so long as they meet the statutory criteria.
Yep.
That's my understanding of what the board has, as a group, indicated it approves of, but until you have a motion, second, and the vote, the discussion so far doesn't amount to.
I'll make the motion to approve that.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. We have a second by, was it Commissioner Croom? Mm-hmm. Commissioner Croom made a second. Any additional discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous, 5-0.
Commissioners, I will prepare a red line of the portion of the existing policy and procedure manual for what you discussed today.
Mhm.
I'll send you a red line and a clean version. I will also send it to the TDC and then include that in my report at the next board meeting. And so unless you have any questions for me about my information items or anything else, that concludes my report.
I just got one,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, that little pink Post-it note, you wrote all that on just that one little pink Post-it?
I did.
I don't see how you did, oh, you read all that.
Right.
I'm just trying to break up some humor, get some humor
He's
going
got more
here.
than one
Well-
Post-it
No, I
note.
got a question. Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes.
Michael Schuler, I want to ask you the question. Michael Marone brought up the subject of alliance. Get on up here.